shall run. There can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Is there aught we hold in common with the greedy parasite, who would lash us into serfdom and would crush us with his might? Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the union makes us strong.
New film.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They say our day is over. They say our time is through. They say you need no union if your collar isn't blue. Well, that is just another lie the boss is telling you, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They divide us by our color, they divide us by our tongue. They divide us men and women, they divide us old and young. But they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn. But without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us
Twitching YouTubers where she streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
He called himself a hillbilly, wrote an elegy. His problem and his trouble is he went back and he doubled down on the fascism and the lies, and then he made a fatal crime. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. But in 2005 you wrote back then only one time. I felt femininely when I saw that movie about New Jersey. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I must deny. And that's when J.D. Vance said he wants trans people to go die. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. At the RNC, he felt maybe I'll be free if I take up on this task, being MAGA starting grasp to take over the country. I think J.D. Vance needs a swirly. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025.
Hello, everybody. Hello. It's Brain Rot Night. With also a little bit of, dare I say, current events. Hello, everybody. Hi. Hello, Floof the Floofy. Hello, German Cow JJ. Hello, Draconics. Hello, the Shay. For whatever reason, I read your name as the Shayrax, and I know that's not correct, but the Shreyax. Hello. Hello, Christinos. Hello, the non-aesthetic witch. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. And good evening. Hello, Anthony Schuler. Hello, very knifey duck. Hello, Dragonfly. Hello, Spectral Pyre. Hello, Horizon. Hello, Uchronian. Hello, KBS. Hello, Holly Hoomst. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom. Hello, Jabertus Maximus. Hello, 10-letter name. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Dark Slimo. And hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. I'm sure I'm missing a few of you in here. I'm so sorry. Hello, Eddie Spencer. Hello, Cleaver. Hello, one and all. Hello, Periwinkle. Thank you for the tier 2 sub.
Rain brought.
Rain brought indeed. Hello. I ate a salad tonight. That's progress for me. If you don't know anything about my eating habits, that's progress, okay? PC Schwartz, hello. Hello, Flaming Flamingo. How we all doing? Yep, we're gonna be talking about Mark Robinson. No spoilerinos in chat. We got a lot of things on the docket tonight, folks. Salad, indeed. It's been a busy day, folks. You ate a grilled cheese sandwich with a hamburger inside? That sounds great. At a diner? Best place for one of those. Hello, OS Crane. Transphobia aside, I had a lot of fun on my hike over the weekend. I'm already planning my next one. Hell yeah. Because you know what? You know who's not transphobic? Mother Nature. You know? Which is just swell. There we go. Gotta fix my mic a little bit. How we all doing, folks? We've got so much content to go over today. And I'm trying to figure out where we should start. Maybe we'll start with some of the fun stuff. Maybe we'll start with something fun. How about that? Here, we'll start with a game trailer from one of my favorite studios that was posted today. So for starters, folks, there's a video game studio called Harebrained. And I think they used to be called Harebrained Schemes, but they shortened it to Harebrained. Anyway, they did a couple of Shadowrun games that were really good. Shadowrun Hong Kong, and I think just Shadowrun... might have just been like Shadowrun Returns or something like that. Very, very good. And they are making a post-cyberpunk survival horror RPG, and it looks incredibly up my alley. So let's just take a look. That's my desktop. That's not... There we go.
Understand, we are not the same, you and me. We may have fallen from the same tree. Now it's just a memory, take for granted. Everything in between, it's the way that we live underneath. We took them at their word. And now look what it's worth. It's only you, no one's gonna come. It's only now, before your time runs out. We
Kind of a real-time isometric action RPG. It looks pretty cool. But it's called Graft, and I don't know. I think it looks great. I am looking forward to it. I haven't been particularly frightened by many horror games billing themselves with this type of gameplay, but I'm willing to see if this game can get under my skin. Let's go! Yeah, and the trailer song is great. Hairbrained, I keep wanting to say schemes. Hairbrained has always had like style just oozing out of their games, and I'm looking forward to their next one. I didn't know if they would get another one after Mech Warrior. Was it Mech Warrior? I think they did an isometric RPG based on the Mech Warrior franchise. I might be getting it was Mech something. I think it's Mech War. It wasn't BattleTech. Was it BattleTech? Was it god damn it. I always get those two confused. But yeah, I just thought it was neat and I wanted to share it with you guys because it looks cool. So check out Graft. Oh, BattleTech is the same IP as Mech Warrior? Oh god, I can't keep Mecha straight. I have to be honest. Under your skin because it's a graft. I'm gonna pretend that was intentional. Looks like they're still under Hairbrained schemes. I mean, they're calling themselves Hairbrained in the trailer. I don't know. Anyway, get us kicked off on the right foot here. Also, let's take a look. Oh yeah, here, guys. Here's a phone call from the new Boeing Starliner capsule. In case any of you need some nightmare fuel. So imagine you're sitting in space, okay? You're sitting in space. Death surrounds you, okay? The very concept of life is anathema to the void in which you huddle, okay? And suddenly you just start hearing a heartbeat sound. So you radio ground controlled. You're like, hey, we're hearing a space heartbeat. Let's listen into that phone call.
Houston on 2, I've got a question about Starliner.
Houston's with you, Butch. Go ahead.
There's a strange noise coming through the speaker, and I didn't know if you could connect into the Starliner and let me keep mic and let you hear it. I don't know what's making it, but I don't know if it's something that maybe is connected between here and there, making that happen. But anyway, can you do that?
We can configure that, Butch. Give us a minute, and I'll call you back when it's ready.
Okay.
Station Houston on 2, we're configured for audio via hardline and CST, if you want to give us a call.
Okay, I'm in Starliner, and how do you read?
5x5, how many?
Yes, sir. Okay, I'm gonna keep the mic up next to the speaker.
Copy.
Hear that?
At negative, Butch, we did not hear anything.
That.
All right, Butch, that one came through. It was kind of like a pulsing noise, almost like a sonar ping.
Yeah, I'll do it one more time, and I'll let y'all scratch your heads and see if you can figure out what's going on. Here we go.
If you're in a spacecraft of any kind and that sound starts pulsing through the vessel, that has to take a psychological toll. Like, you have to get like a cold sweat hearing that, you know, like, because you're in space, and famously in space no one can hear you scream, right? Well, also in space you shouldn't be hearing sounds like that. Okay? Like,
Alright, over to you. Call us if you figure it out.
Yep, good recording. Thanks, Butch. We will pass it on to...
imagine having, like, the consummate professionalism among folks who work with space always amazes me. Like, this guy hears an astronaut who's clearly a little bit freaked out on the other end of the line being like, yeah, we're getting a weird noise through the ship. And he's like, all right, put it on. Here's one of the most haunting sounds you can hear from a spacecraft. It goes, yeah, we'll get right on that. We'll look into it. We'll keep you updated. Like, in the most monotone voice imaginable.
To the team and let you know what we find. And Butch, just to make sure I'm on the same page, this is emanating from the speaker in Starliner. You don't notice anything else, any other noises, any other weird configs in there? Okay, thank you.
So, they did eventually figure out what it was. Okay, I'm not going to leave you in suspense about that. They figured out what it was, and it was just feedback from the speakers. So, that there wasn't an alien trying to knock on their door, and it wasn't like the vessel threatening to rip itself apart. It's just speaker feedback. Just honestly one of the most mundane things it possibly could have been, which is great news for everyone aboard that ship. But yeah, I think that frankly that sound should be sampled and used in actual horror movies, because that is terrifying. You're telling me the ship isn't alive? If it is alive, Boeing did it by accident. Conspiracy theorists are going to take this and run with it for months. Oh yeah, people are already saying it's like the heartbeat of like the space or something like that. It's just speaker feedback. It's not spooky. Don't let anyone be like, ah yes, aliens. It's not aliens. Don't let this suck you into this conspiracy singularity, okay? It's not worth it. The crystal mommies are not worth it, chat. I killed my crewmate and put his heart in the underfloor of what could be the issue. I'm calling an emergency meeting to discuss Paladin Lost's behavior. Oh boy. Makes me want to watch Alien Romulus. Alien Romulus would be like, there are very few ways you could improve that movie, but that sound effect would be it. Can we maybe have one crystal mommy? If I get a crystal, will that suffice? Oh, also, I came across this from Josh Benson, the rapper, on TikTok. And I just thought it was funny. I'm trying to lighten the mood before I plunge you guys into the rot. In case you haven't caught on to my tactic here, I'm soft. It's called softening the blow. You know, got to make you laugh before I make you cry. Anyway, this is great. I love this because, frankly, as someone with an evangelical background, like, I'm still susceptible to this stuff.
We're a Christian game studio. Of course we're making a Bible video game.
I'm in the garden. I'm praying. No, I'm praying. No, I'm literally just spamming prayer. Squad's on us. It's Judas. He's got soldiers with him. They're taking Jesus. No, they're arresting Jesus. I'm going to cut the leader's head off. I missed. Cut his ear off. He's one shot. Jesus, why are you giving him a med kit? Where are we dropping? Eden? Bet. Eve got the fruit. Eve ate the fruit. She gave it to me. I'm eating the fruit. Chat, I just gained the knowledge of good and evil. Why am I naked? Why am I naked? Just dropped in the valley. There's no loot. No, there's no loot. No, the loot is so bad. I got a sling with like 5 stones. Why is there a giant? Why is he a sweat? No, he's literally OP. I'm just gonna sling a stone at him. That worked. He's down. He's down. He's down. I got the Samson skin. No, I'm literally cracked. No, I'm literally cracked. Full health. Full shields. Where did my hair go? Why am I losing health? Why did my screen go black? I can't see. My screen is off. Why is my screen black? Why is my screen literally off?
10 out of 10. No, you should all go follow Josh Benson, the rapper, on TikTok. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, game about Revelations, but it's the silliest possible interpretation of Revelations. All right, folks, where are we at? This isn't very funny. It's just describing the Bible. Yeah, it's called delivery. It's the manner in which it's delivered. I can't, dude. I can't explain the very obvious way in which that is funny. I can't explain that to you. I'm sorry. Bible Man video game when? I don't know. Your collar is very pretty. Thank you. Have I played Alien Isolation on stream? I have not, though maybe my partner and I will play it together on stream sometime. Comedy is very subjective. True. A lot of comedy is simply retelling things in a funny way. Guys, why are you all assuming I have time to play video games on stream? What is this assumption? I've been able to play like one in like the last month. Whew. All right. We have to do this. I haven't talked about it. We haven't talked about it, but we have to do this, chat. We have to go over Matt Walsh's video about Donald Trump at Arlington National Cemetery. Because Matt Walsh has maybe the worst take on it. And I haven't talked about it on stream yet, but it's possibly one of the biggest gaffes I've seen in a long time. Like, not just a gaffe, it's literally a crime. And the right seems to be trying to defend it, and it's very weird to see. So, here we go. Diving right in with one Bartholomew Walsh, which is what I assume his name stands for. This is a really great intro screen for Matt Walsh. I'm sorry, I'm just enjoying it. All right, let's go.
On Monday, a U.S. Army veteran named Lucas O'Hara was at Arlington Cemetery for a private ceremony marking the third anniversary of the 2021 Kabul airport attack, which resulted in the deaths, you may remember, of 13 members of the U.S. military. Donald Trump was at Arlington Cemetery, too, because he had been invited by the families of the fallen soldiers. At one point, Trump was photographed and videotaped walking alongside Arlington's deputy chief of staff while he was laying a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier. The deputy chief of staff didn't seem to think anything was amiss. Neither did O'Hara, who later described the ceremony this way, quote, "I've witnessed over 75 wreath-laying ceremonies performed by politicians and conducted 524 funerals in this cemetery during the time I served in the Presidential Honor Guard for 3 years. What I got to witness yesterday was the most respectful and solemn ceremony I have seen. There were no speeches, no angles, no weird..."
It was the most respectful speech and ceremony they'd ever seen. Here's one of the photos from it, by the way. That is Donald Trump giving a thumbs up next to a tombstone of a fallen soldier. So,
photo ops just our elected officials and the 45th president respectfully and solemnly honoring the fallen and their families. Now, as you might have heard, the corporate press has a very different spin on what happened, and it's
Yeah. The corporate press has a very different spin on what happened for one very simple reason, chat. Arlington National Cemetery has a very, very strict policy when it comes to taking photos there or videos. And in fact, I believe it is against federal law to take photos and videos in certain parts of Arlington National Cemetery. Like the cemetery groundskeepers are the only ones allowed to actually do that in order to maintain the solemnity of the site, right? And it is expressly forbidden, even more so, for you to use it as a campaign photo op, which is what this was. It was an event for Donald Trump to go and get photographed, seeming like he cared about soldiers. And in doing so, he trampled all over like the honor and integrity of every single member of the armed forces, past and present. To the extent that the U.S. Army had to put out a statement defending the cemetery groundskeepers because, of course, this event did escalate to an altercation. And we'll see if Matt Walsh brings that up.
It's not hard to see why they're so upset. Any ceremony marking the deaths of the service members at Abbey Gate is inevitably also a reminder of the Biden administration's disastrous handling of the withdrawal from Afghanistan.
That's not why people are upset. People are upset because Donald Trump cynically tried to use their sacrifices and their deaths to boost his poll numbers.
What happened at Abbey Gate was obviously preventable, and Democrats don't want to acknowledge that, especially in an election year. So instead, they're attempting to turn this ceremony into yet another desperate attempt to smear Donald Trump. MSNBC accused Trump of staging a bizarre and disrespectful photo op, for example. The Daily Beast and many other outlets did the same. NPR suggested that Trump's campaign had no right to photograph the ceremony at all. And NBC, in an especially unhinged...
By the way, the U.S. Army agrees that he had no right to photograph the ceremony at all because, again, they have people at the cemetery whose job it is to photograph ceremonies. That's their job. And their other job is to prevent people from taking photos and videos. Like, one of the wildest things about this is that Matt Walsh is defending it. You know, like, this is like watching Donald Trump shit his pants and then making a video about how it's good, actually, that he shat his pants. It's actually really good. You know, it helps him out a lot, okay? People love when presidents shit themselves, okay? It's one of the best things a president could possibly do. You know, it's really a brilliant 4D chess move to shit your pants in front of everybody.
Here comes the sub ghost.
Oh, it's the Dono Ghost.
Oh, spooky.
Little Morphine Annie, thank you for subscribing. And Shining Delibird, thank you for subscribing with Prime over on twitch.tv. I appreciate it. Thanks to the both of you. But it's just a wild position for Matt Walsh to take. Because, like, I don't know if you guys know this. Soldiers don't
White
like...
name be gone. Arise orange name.
Soldiers don't like being cynically used as political pawns. It's not a thing the men and women in our armed forces are a fan of, in fact. In fairness, when does he have a sane position? I mean, fair. Pluvius, thank you for gifting all
Hi
back to
Forlorns
sub.
of NT9.
And Floof the Floofy, thank you for subscribing with Prime over on Twitch. I appreciate you. Good night, Charlie. I know I'm late. I know I'm streaming late. I'm sorry. But let's hear him dig a bit deeper.
Moment even went after the mother of one of the fallen soldiers who invited Trump. Watch.
Former president to Arlington. Her son, Marine Staff Sergeant Taylor Hoover, died at Abbey Gate. What would you say to people who may be pro-Trump, anti-Trump, whatever their politics might be, who just feel like that's not a place for politicians or for politics?
I would have to say, are you in my shoes? I invited him.
Yeah, but do you own that entire cemetery, ma'am? Do you speak for the thousands of graves behind that one? Every single one of them? Do you speak for all of them? Are you the speaker for the dead? Did we miss your ascension to that position? Do you speak for every grave in this photo op? No? Well then, I'm sorry. You don't have the right to tell him it's okay to take photos there. It's not your place. You do not speak for the thousands of other families who've lost loved ones there. There's a reason why our country sanctifies that ground. There are very few things Americans actually take seriously. You know, like we laugh at titles, or in some cases purchase them as a little goof for our dads or uncles or whatever. But for the most part, like, nothing is truly sacred to Americans, with like a couple exceptions, and like Arlington National Cemetery is one of those exceptions. And it's just, I know a fair number of veterans, and I have to say, I don't think most of them are chill with this. I don't think people are okay with this. Just real quick. I want to take a look at something. Do we have... I can't find the polling info. I thought I had it ready. I don't. Damn it. Oh well. As a veteran, I very much dislike Trump's action. I could say more, but I don't want Jack kicked off the stream. I appreciate the restraint. Because yeah, this is fairly disgusting, you know, like there is very little that America can like get behind 110%, you know, and it's not great. It's not great. People are not terribly happy. Just seems like this is backfiring. Let's see what else Matt Walsh has to say. What makes this okay?
My son was murdered under the Biden-Harris administration.
Well, that guy is a total scumbag, and certainly not the only one working in media. Anytime a journalist says, "What would you say to people who might say?" you know they're about to hit you with some kind of smear. They're just too cowardly to ask the question directly, so they attribute it to unnamed people instead. They know at some level it's completely repulsive to ask a question this idiotic to the mother of a fallen soldier, but they have to find a way to ask it anyway. And in this case, the smear isn't just idiotic. It's about as hypocritical and one-sided as it could possibly be. I mean, there are about 1 million examples of Democrats using photographs from Arlington Cemetery in literal campaign advertisements. And precisely none of those incidents caused any.
I believe that those photographs were taken by the cemetery staff. They were either taken by cemetery staff or in designated areas where you're allowed to take photos at Arlington National Cemetery. You're not allowed to take those photos in every section of the cemetery. Like, Matt Walsh, when you walk into a restaurant, do you think you're entitled to go walk into the back and, like, stand in the kitchen as a customer? Like, you're like, I'm walking into this McDonald's. Oh, what are you doing with this potato fryer over here? Wow. Wowee, let me stick my face right up next to it. I'm Matt Walsh. No, you can't go everywhere in the restaurant. You can't do that.
Any kind of media outcry whatsoever. So here's Joe Biden from just 4 years ago. Watch.
This year, Memorial Day feels a little different. This pandemic is showing up.
I'm sorry. Did Matt Walsh miss the bottom text? The use of U.S. Department of Defense visual information does not imply or constitute endorsement of the U.S. military, any military personnel, or the Department of Defense, because they're using pictures taken by the Department of Defense via the cemetery staff.
Memorial Day feels a little different. This pandemic is showing us that service and bravery and willingness to stand on the front lines to help and protect our fellow human beings is not just a quality we find in our service members. It's at the core of every American spirit.
Yeah, notice how in this advertisement, Joe Biden isn't like standing next to the grave of a fallen soldier in a restricted area of Arlington National Cemetery.
This Memorial Day offers each of us a chance to
giving a fucking thumbs up.
Reflect on the enormity of their sacrifice.
For those of you who are missing the
unironically, guys, Donald Trump did this meme. He did the meme. He did the meme. He was given the thumbs up.
the peace of your hearts this Memorial Day. Your sacrifice will never quite end. That doesn't mean we shouldn't do our best to ease the weight. So you don't.
Yeah, no, literally the campaign photographer for Donald Trump pushed aside one of the Arlington Cemetery photographers and caretakers who was there to try and prevent them from doing a photo op because that's their job.
Don't have to carry their legacies alone.
And all of us who have lost loved ones, days like this can be bittersweet. So it's to all the members of our military and our military families, especially those who've lost their service member. Thank you. We owe you. We can never lessen the magnitude of your loss. But this I can promise you, we will never forget. May God bless you.
Yeah, and you know what this picture is? You know who took this picture? Do you know who took this picture, guys? It was the designated photographer at Arlington National Cemetery. It wasn't the campaign photographer for Joe Biden. Like, my God.
May God protect our troops.
Okay, so in case you couldn't see the whole thing, the ad showed Joe Biden at Arlington Section 60, which is largely reserved for fallen soldiers from the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. And the photo was followed by the message, Biden for president, and a phone number to text if you want to join the campaign. So what happened to that's not a place for politicians or for politics? Why didn't NBC or any corporate media outlet have that question when that advertisement aired 4 years ago? There's no chance they missed it because these kinds of ads have been constant. They've been used in both of Biden's presidential campaigns. Here's another one from just this summer.
By the way, yeah, you can do that in certain portions of the cemetery, but not in all portions of the cemetery. And, like, the cemetery photographer is okay at, like, that's their job, man.
He's a war hero because he was captured. I like people that weren't captured.
It is truly incredible that Matt Walsh is playing audio clips of Donald Trump shitting on soldiers. Like, do you understand how, like, fucked his position is? Where this is like, where this is where Matt Walsh has to go. Like, Matt Walsh is in such a bad... No, this isn't Walsh's editor cooking him. Walsh knew which clip they were going to play. But they're in such a bad situation that Matt Walsh is like, yeah, I mean, look at this. This makes Biden look like a monster. And it's just a bunch of clips of Donald Trump disparaging soldiers. Like, look at what's on screen. I don't get it. What's in it for them? Donald J. Trump to the father of a fallen soldier. Like, do you understand how absolutely miserable Matt Walsh's position has to be for him to be having to go to bat with this? This is so damning to his own position. That's how bad the Arlington National Cemetery incident was.
Now, I'm not going to play the whole thing, but it ends with a Biden-Harris campaign logo. They're using caskets of fallen soldiers and grave sites, once again, in a campaign ad. And for good measure, the ad accuses Trump of calling fallen soldiers suckers, which is a claim that's based entirely on unnamed sources that spoke to the left-wing Atlantic magazine. Again, there's no...
Yeah, you can use the quotes that they actually have, though, and it's still absolutely damning, dude.
No outrage when this ad ran just a few weeks ago. Nobody noticed or said anything about it, and there are many more examples like this. There are plenty of photographs of U.S. presidents at Arlington, including Barack Obama. You can see some of the photos there.
Yeah, because sometimes as the head of state, you go to the cemetery to pay your respects to the soldiers that are under your command as commander-in-chief. That's literally part of the job. In fact, if Donald Trump had wanted to, maybe he could have used a photograph of himself as president at one of these ceremonies. Wonder why they didn't do that.
Really standard stuff. None of this is a scandal. And it's obviously appropriate for political figures to pay their respects at Arlington Cemetery. And it's not unusual for there to be photographs of that. It's especially appropriate when the families of fallen soldiers have invited...
It's not nameless sources. It was John Kelly.
Wait, was it John Kelly? I totally don't remember that story. Wait a minute. Yeah, no. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Chat. If you Google the term suckers and losers, there are two results on Google. Okay, are you guys ready for this? Number one, the September 3rd, 2020 article from The Atlantic. Trump, Americans who died in war are losers and suckers. That's the left-wing, unnamed sources that Matt Walsh is trying to cite here. The second result is from October 3rd of 2023. John Kelly confirms Trump privately disparaged U.S. soldiers, calling them suckers and losers. So it's not an anonymous report because the guy who made it literally confirmed it to NBC.
Did those political figures in the first place? Everybody understood that until 15 seconds ago, when Donald Trump made the mistake of reminding people that the Biden administration completely botched the withdrawal from Afghanistan.
Also, Iko Rich, Thank you for the tier 1 sub over on Twitch, and also for the citation. I appreciate it.
There's another aspect to this manufactured scandal, which is that someone on Trump's staff supposedly made physical contact with a staffer at the cemetery. Apparently, one of the staffers objected to what Trump and the family members of the fallen soldiers were doing. Quoting from an Army statement, quote, "Participants in the August 26th ceremony and the subsequent Section 60 visit were made aware of federal laws, Army regulations, and DoD policies which clearly prohibit political activities on cemetery grounds. An ANC employee who attempted to ensure adherence to these rules was abruptly pushed aside. This
They're not just rules, they're laws.
incident was unfortunate, and also unfortunate that the ANC employee and her professionalism has been unfairly attacked. ANC is a national shrine to the honored dead of the armed forces, and its dedicated staff will continue to ensure public ceremonies are conducted with the dignity and respect the nation's fallen deserve." Now, the Army went on to note that the incident had been reported to the police, which obviously comes off as an extremely disproportionate, hysterical reaction to a minor.
Yes, the hysterical United States Army, known for going into fits of hysteria when the moon is positioned just right in the sky and the tides are receding or coming in.
Minor conflict like this. But they added that no charges are going to be filed, probably because the whole idea of reporting this incident to the police is laughable on its face. The Pentagon then came out and said they supported the Army's statement. Now, obviously, I wasn't at Arlington Cemetery on Monday, so I have no idea what happened or didn't happen between a Trump staffer and a staffer at the cemetery.
Well, it's worth noting that the Trump campaign point blank refuses to acknowledge that a physical altercation happened because they're staffed with liars. And so it quite interesting here.
Nor do I especially care. What I can say is that the tone of the statement is remarkable. The Army appears to be extremely outraged that the
Is he going to take it in the direction of the Army is too woke now?
quote, professionalism of somebody working at the cemetery was, quote, unfairly attacked. They won't stand for that, even though it appears from the vast amounts of precedent we have that the staffer was completely wrong to begin with. But the really interesting thing is that the Pentagon never demonstrated anywhere near this much consternation when their incompetence allowed a suicide bomber to kill the 13 members of the U.S. military that Donald Trump was honoring on Monday.
Hey, fun fact, you know who released the most members of... I'm not going to go with that tack. Fun fact, do you know who released thousands of members of the Taliban and their commanding leadership in the lead up to the 2020 election, while also committing the U.S. to a withdrawal? One Donald J. Trump. That's right. He cut a deal with the Taliban and released all prisoners that the United States had of the Taliban in exchange for his campaign season to be smooth sailing with no attacks or incidents happening in the country. So the guy who released the people who masterminded the suicide bombing that killed those soldiers was Donald Trump. Quite literally, the guy who released the folks who planned the suicide attacks, Donald Trump. Yeah, I guess this was the true art of the deal.
I don't recall the Pentagon approving statements condemning their own handling of the Afghanistan withdrawal. In fact, I recall the opposite. I recall the military decided to retaliate by accidentally blowing up the car of a random Afghan aid worker.
Yeah, because you know who cares about random Afghan care workers or aid workers? Matt Walsh. He really cares about aid workers of all kinds, and definitely isn't just using this cynically because he thinks his audience is too dumb to possibly understand exactly the kind of slop he's feeding them. And it's wild, right? Like, okay, so you think pulling out of Afghanistan was bad. Do you think fewer people would have died if we'd continue occupying the country? Do you think do you think like the less people would have died if we were still there? Are you kidding?
And then they lied and said that there were no civilian casualties when in fact they killed 9 members of his family. And even then, nobody in the Pentagon was publicly dressed down for that. The Army Reserve.
Yeah, like Donald Trump like basically sold the country back to the Taliban in exchange for trying to have an easier election season in 2020.
I guess those kinds of snarky, hostile statements for the Trump campaign and only the Trump campaign. This kind of response only makes sense when you realize the Democrat Party and the leadership of the Pentagon want us to forget what happened in Afghanistan 3 years ago.
Man, again, if any single person in Matt Walsh's audience cared enough to look into any of what he's saying, they would realize that he's full of shit.
So desperate that they're willing to badger the family members of those fallen service members and call the police on the Trump campaign. I mean, they'd rather we talk about all of this manufactured drama instead of the 13 service members who died and how they died. And that is why NBC News and every other outlet that's debasing itself to smear Donald Trump for participating in that memorial at Arlington Cemetery are all today canceled. If you'd like to see what...
Yes. Thank you, Matt Walsh, director of Am I Racist? Yes, you are. Anyway, what fun we have on this show, am I right, folks? Look at us having a good time. Now, folks, we have actually been streaming now for an hour. If you've been enjoying the show or getting anything out of it, please hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button on the YouTube stream. Let's go. What are you waiting for? I did do it. I did do it. And howdy, folks. We have like 225 people watching right now. Hello, everybody. That means I absolutely know for sure that we can hit over 100 likes on this stream, okay? We can do it. I believe in you guys. There are currently only 58 likes. I think you guys can make it happen before the next hour, top of the hour ad break, okay? Water check 2? Boy, do I have you covered today. I'm on my game because I gave myself an extra 2.5 hours to get on it. Now, folks, I want to tell you about a little discovery I made today, okay? Not sponsored content, okay? But it should be. And that is keto-friendly tortillas. Holy shit, they're a game changer, guys. I'm not like on the keto diet or anything. I don't care for that. But keto-friendly tortillas are like one of the coolest things ever. They taste exactly like normal tortillas. And like the smallest size you can get has like a quarter of your daily fiber needs, which is crazy. Like that's crazy. Do you know how short Americans fall when it comes on your like daily fiber needs? Hilariously short. It's like people get like 1 gram of fiber in America every day. Okay? You need your fiber. You need to have your healthy poops. All right? Hey, Sweet Myths, how you doing? Oh, thank you. And I appreciate the birthday wishes. Thank you so much. I'm from Tucson, so they'd have to compete with Fresh Made from the Shop. Well, nothing can compete with that. But do I know about high-protein ramen? I do. And it can be very good. Sometimes. But I've always struggled to get enough fiber. And no, my birthday was like a week and a half ago. But yeah, I just got another year older, everybody. And if that helps guilt you into dropping subs and donos, I'm not going to complain about it. But yeah, no, you need a lot more than 1 gram of fiber. I know. I'm saying most Americans need a lot more fiber. But anyway, if you want like a really delicious way to make your meals a little bit heartier and like stick in you a bit better, and you are falling short on fiber, look into getting some of those keto like tortillas, okay? Like really good. Thanks, Darth Gently. Thanks, Leishi. And thank you, Valerian Damocles Marcellus. Bought a Vitamix so I can make smoothies. Ooh, smoothies are delicious. Or just take Metamucil. But here's the thing, like even if you drink Metamucil doesn't have enough fiber in it for like a day. You know, like yeah, what's the fiber content of Metamucil? Let's take a look. Let's take a little gander here. Okay. Yeah, like if you take the 2 rounded teaspoons of Metamucil, it's 21% of your daily fiber, okay? Okay? I wasn't going to do this. But now you forced my hand. I cannot stress enough how this is not sponsored content. But it should be. Okay? These are some Mission Zero net carb tortillas. Look at them, okay? Look at them. They're tiny little guys. You want to know, guess how much fiber is in this motherfucker, okay? Guess how much fiber is in this. I know this is the riveting content you all tune in for. It's just a light Ico Rich. Too small? It's very small. One of those has a quarter of your daily fiber needs. Okay? One fucking of these tiny little tortillas. All right? It has 7 grams of fiber in it. That's so much goddamn fiber. If you have 2 tiny little breakfast tacos, that's half your daily fiber needs. All right? And they taste good. Better than a rice cake? I would say it's better than a rice cake. I mean, I wouldn't just eat it plain. Obviously, I'd put some like taco meat on it or something. Yeah, and you want to know something else? You want to know something else about like tortillas? They got so many goddamn calories in them. You want to know how many calories are in one of these bad boys? Okay? 25. You can get half your goddamn fiber needs taken care of for 25 calories a pop. Do you understand what a game changer that is? You can make yourself a little goddamn breakfast taco and then feel full. You can make 2 of these and have a goddamn meal that makes you feel like you're some kind of sultan that has just eaten a gigantic banquet. All right? I'm really gay for these tortillas. How similar do they taste to a normal tortilla? Well, I had 2 of these earlier today, and it was my first time eating one, and I would say heat them up, and they're really good. I think they're probably not as good as like a normal tortilla, but I would also say like one of these was like $3. Like this pack was like $3 at my local grocery store. Like just go try them, okay? Yeah. Yeah, they are a little bit more expensive than other tortillas, but like not by much. Yeah, you heat up the tortilla. It was banging. Okay, I put the taco meat. I put the sour cream. I put a little bit of black beans. It was a little bit of taco sauce. It was goddamn magic. Okay. Get good sleep, Otis Crane. Like she was Incogni a few weeks ago. Well, Incogni is still doing me a solid. They're still taking down my private info from the dark web. No veggies. I ate a goddamn salad with it. I don't know. What do you want from me? Meat is bad. I mean, for some people, I like it. Or you could just eat oatmeal for breakfast. Counterpoint, I don't like eating breakfast. Yeah, also, you can get these kinds of tortillas with like spinach, which makes it higher in protein. And also, you can get one that's like fucking jalapeno cheddar. All right? It's fucking great. It's a bold new frontier I've discovered, and I will not be silent about it. That's because I always present you as the truth. Big tortilla doesn't want you to know. Shh. What are they called specifically? These ones that I got are Mission Zero Net Carb Original. And they have a little thing on them that says keto certified. Again, I'm not a shill for the keto diet. I don't think it's good to like place that on yourself. But I do know good goddamn sources of fiber when I find them. And this is wonderful. Okay? I was hungry. I ate 2 of these, and then I regretted my choices because I drank a lot of water, and they expanded in my stomach so fast I didn't know what hit me. Damn it, X-Wind, thank you for rating. I ate a t-shirt once because it had lots of fibers in it. Good show, Old Bean. All of you are gonna weirdly shit on me for like being happy that I found a product that gets me like to my fiber needs. I don't know. All I'm saying is give them a shot, especially if you struggle with eating enough fiber like I do. I grew up on a diet of like meat and potatoes, and that does not have enough fiber. I'm only now learning how to eat salads, and I only just learned how to eat beans, okay? Like, I'm aggressively Swedish. I love your enthusiasm for tortillas. I am enthusiastic for delicious food and for being able to meet my nutritional needs, okay? Which is why I'm proud to present today's sponsor, AG1 Athletic. No, I'm not sponsored by them. Don't worry about it. They are giving me money. Should try to focus on sources of fiber that improve your eyesight. You know, fiber optics. I have to give you the bit That was first message in chat. Un-Nintendo. Solid comment. Solid introduction to the community. Do you want to know what my gut says when I don't have enough fiber? I'm not ready. They played the Gandalf quote, "You shall not pass." Fine boom sound. Oh god. Barry Knifey Duck, thank you for gifting a sub to Un-Nintendo. Well, guys, it's not a newfound love for tortillas. I've loved tortillas the entire time. This isn't, it's not like this is the first tortilla I've ever had, guys. It's just, I got really excited because it's a new tortilla that I can eat more of. You understand? It's a hack, a life hack that allows me to eat more tortillas. Do they make tortillas high in moral fiber for conservatives? Guys. For your newfound love of tortillas, you're invited to the carne asada. I make carne asada. How do they fry? I haven't tried them yet. I literally just had one for the first time tonight. Next, it's a segment on pumpkin spice. Okay, pumpkin spice gets a bad rap, okay? Everyone degrades it as basic. And you know what? Sometimes basic things are just good. You know? Sometimes your basic food staples are just they're basic for a reason, and that's because people need them on a fundamental existential level. All right? Yo, I like pumpkin spice. Here's the secret. Everyone does, okay? You're not alone. Everyone likes pumpkin spice. People who say that they don't are lying to you, or they've never had good pumpkin pie. Yeah, this is my this is my hill. I'm dying on it. Hey, I love you. Pumpkin pie is weird? That was salmon mousse. Pumpkin pie is the best kind of pie. I think Australia has pumpkins by now. Wait, Australians in chat, do you guys have pumpkins?
No white names in chat. Also, pumpkin spice is disgusting and foul. It is not food.
That's true, but it's in food, and that food is delicious. KBS, thank you for gifting Spectral Pyre a sub. My girlfriend's first experience with pumpkin pie was literally straight pumpkin put in a pie shell, and she thought it was awful for years until she had one that wasn't Who dumps straight pumpkin innards into a pie tin and calls it pumpkin pie? What monster did that? That's literally abuse. Australia had pumpkins. But pumpkin is sweet enough. You don't need to add sugar. You don't need to add sugar. You do need the cinnamon. That's true. Also, the best pumpkin pie recipes don't involve sugar. Like, pro tip, I fucked up making pumpkin pie 2 years ago, and you know what we did with it? We put it in an ice cream making machine, and we turned it into like a pumpkin cheesecake ice cream, and it was out of this world good. Okay? It was so goddamn good, because pumpkin spice is just that good. You can fuck it up, and it will still be amazing. You haven't had pumpkin pie? Oh, I recommend it. That sounds so good. I recommend it. Give it a shot. That doesn't make your... What is that? Salmon Moose, what does it mean to have a pumpkin pie that makes your feet want to drop off? What? I searched for pumpkin farms in Australia, and this was actually the first result. It's literally a farm called Peepo Farms. Or how is this real life? How? How? They do have pumpkins, and they're grown at Peepo Farms. I think Salmon Moose's pumpkin pies are just too sweet for her. Which, fair, if people are putting excess sugar in pumpkin pies, that does ruin the pie. I'm getting the slow blink. Whew. All right. Anyway. I love my Australians. Pie is better than feet. Jesus Christ. All right, we're moving on. Your guy, I somehow you guys get the most riled up when I talk about food. You guys get the most riled up whenever I'm like, "Hey guys, I found this new thing I like. I just think it's neat." Yeah, you guys got real mad when I talked about melting cottage cheese for food purposes. Most things are better than feet. Me think he doth protest too much. Okay. Okay. I used Chef John's recipe. It only added sweetened condensed milk. Yeah. You fid what? I melt you can melt cottage cheese. Cottage cheese is meltable. You melt down the curds and then like you have an incredibly healthy cheesy substitute that you can then like use for like taco meat. Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. Yeah, exactly. People got mad at me for saying that. You put in spices. You don't just eat the unseasoned cottage cheese. You melt it down with the taco meat that is seasoned. It's delicious, and everyone should try it. The recipe I use for the taco meat is genuinely like an all-time winner. Everyone who's tried it in chat has liked it. It's true. Cottage cheese tacos, no way. But What about cottage cheese is making you gag? Who hurt you with cottage cheese? Did the cottage cheese delivery driver like kill your family? Like what happened? I'm a curmudgeon. That's fair. The texture is gross. You know what happens to the texture when you melt it down? It ceases to exist because it's melted. It then is just a thick, cheesy substance. It's nasty tasting. Not if you spice it right. I just don't trust American cheese. That's fair. Did you hear about the socially awkward taco? It took a while to come out of its shell. Nope, this is a different one. It's spreading. It's contagious. Cottage cheese cat called me on the subway. All right, fair. I'll give you a thick, cheesy substance? Oh my god. Tried cottage cheese in elementary school? Okay, look, if you tried cottage cheese just straight, yeah, of course that's gonna be, like, not great. But if you're using it as a component in a dish, like, it's fine. If your issues with the texture, like, it gets melted down. Oh god. Dead Domain, thank you for the raid. We're just sitting, we were doing politics and then we got sidetracked because I was talking about these really great keto tortillas, okay? They're great. They have 20, each one of these has 25% of your daily fiber needs. And you know what? That's amazing. And it's 25 calories and it tastes great. Anyway, now Chad is coming at me because I talked about how to make a delicious taco meat, and they're all upset. You've been on a food stun lock for 25 minutes. I was about to say it couldn't possibly have been 25 minutes, and then I looked at the stream runtime. Goddamn. Welcome, Raiders. Bet they aren't gluten-free, though. I genuinely don't know if they are or not. And I'm not going to look. You are agreeing with me, Spectral Pyre. You're one of the good ones. You'll be spared in the great culling. All right, folks. Let's move on. We have a bunch of new viewers. New viewers, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, do the button things. Also, if you don't know who I am, my name is Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics. I'm a socialist. I'm a trans lady. Use she, her pronouns, please. And we're going to move on from this stun lock. Even if I have to put you all on my back and haul you up Mount Doom. All right? You mean the great Kurt? Nope, I'm not reading that out loud. You can't make me. You can't make me. I'm not looking at it. The soundboard has betrayed me. Soundboard betrayed me. All right. Folks, it's time. All right? It's time for us to dive into some truly abysmal brain rot. Before I do that, Joe Burt, this is for you. Oh, Daddy. I am taking you all away with me. That's true. Good night, Ashley. Get good sleep. All right. New segment. Pressing the button. I'm training myself, okay? God damn it. All right, here we go. Segment, begin. Hello, everybody. So, if you haven't heard, there's this guy named Donald Trump, all right? And we're going to be checking out his C-SPAN coverage of late. Specifically, he spoke at a Moms for Liberty event and said some pretty interesting things, and we're going to check that out. But before that, let's check in with Trump supporters. How are they doing these days? Well, let's check in. Well, are they doing okay? They getting their fiber?
Would you rather have 4 years of Donald Trump as a dictator or 4 years of President Biden reelected?
You know, you don't have to like the words that come out of the man's mouth, but sometimes in life we all need a good paddling from the principal to set our life on the right track.
Did this guy honestly just walk up to a reporter and say, honestly, sometimes we all need a good ass kicking to put us on the right course? Like, bro, you realize you're literally asking for an ass kicking, right? Right? Like you're like out there being like, yeah, I think we should embrace dictatorship. That's a paddling.
Track, and this country does need a little bit of that. We need a little paddling. I mean,
dude, why are conservatives like this, man?
No, she's gonna prosecute the president of the.
Why?
I was a problem child growing up, and it took a good leadership.
You were a problem child growing up, so you needed a good ass kicking then, and you need another one now. Is that what you're trying to tell us?
To set me straight. So I think our country does need some of that. So I hands down believe people wanted it 4 years ago, 3 years ago. So,
but they didn't vote that way, right?
I don't know about that.
You think it was a stolen election?
Without a doubt.
The other day, Donald Trump said on his first day he's going to be a dictator for a day.
I like that. Yeah, I like that.
Would you rather have Donald Trump as a dictator for 4 years or re-elect Joe Biden for 4 years?
I would rather have Donald Trump. I'd like to see the repeal of the Roosevelt law so that he can be a president for a lot more than 4 years.
Like, these people are all on the Kool-Aid. Like, if these people were in Jonestown, like, they'd just be like, yep, it's time.
But this country needs a dictator. I hate to say that, but it's the truth.
You hate these people? That's because they're fascists. You know, like, they might be, like, portraying it in, like, a folksy kind of embarrassed way, but they're fascists. That they are advocating for the fascist takeover of America, while also revealing their kinks.
Donald Trump said in a speech that on day one, for a day, he would be a dictator. What do you think of that?
No idea. I don't know.
Would you rather have 4 years of Donald Trump as a dictator or 4 years of Joe Biden as a president?
Trump.
As a dictator.
Do these people even know what a dictator is? Because I don't really have faith in that.
Maybe.
Would you rather have 4 years of Donald Trump as a dictator or 4 years of Joe Biden as a president?
Donald Trump all the way.
Even as a dictator?
Yes, yes.
Even coming out of Slovakia?
Yes, yes.
Would you rather have 4 years of Donald Trump as a dictator or 4 years of Joe Biden as a president?
No, we have a dictator currently, so.
Yeah.
I don't think any of these people know what dictators are. You don't get just 4 years of a dictator, guys. You get a dictator for life. That's how that works.
Yes, we do.
God damn. All right, with that laying some of the groundwork here, let's check out this this wonderful little C-SPAN video I have here. After it finishes playing its ad. Here we go.
But a fireside chat at the Moms for Liberty Joyful Warriors National Summit. Live coverage on C-SPAN.
At your need, the gentleman.
Just about everything.
Join us. You and I were talking a little bit backstage, and you were sharing with.
Also, just as some background information, Moms for Liberty is the group that has routinely had like its members exposed as either outright neo-Nazis or sexually curious individuals engaged with multiple partners, we'll say.
Me, a lot of the concerns you have about the border and what you're seeing happen with illegal immigrants across the United States. And I thought I'd give you an opportunity to talk a little bit about that.
He doesn't look okay. Like, this is not the he's not carrying himself like a winner, I'll say that. I'm not a body language expert, but this doesn't fill me as a viewer with confidence in his abilities.
To start off.
Sure, because you're talking about moms and you're talking about family. So
You're talking about moms, you're talking about liberty.
it's a big factor for you, just about everything. And when you look at what's happening,
Moms and women are a big factor for this Moms for Liberty group.
in our country, this is so tough. You know, it's one thing you don't drill oil or you don't do something that you can do with a new group coming in, but millions and millions of people, 21 million people, I think the real number is. That you hear 13, 14, 15, like that's not a big number, but it is, but 21 million people. And many of these people are criminals. Many of these people are coming out of the roughest countries in the world, and they're coming from all over the world. They're not just coming from South America. You know, everyone thinks they're coming from like Guatemala, El Salvador. They're coming from Mexico. They're coming from everywhere. I was speaking to the Border Patrol.
Dude's losing the juice, guys. He is bleeding out the Riz, even amongst like his conservative viewership. Like he is so tired.
They said in the last 12 months, 159 different countries were represented by people having come in illegally, and that's some number. But these are.
Lee Kestner, thank you for the $5
You need to
super chat.
interview this woman because it shows how we got here. A well-trained wife, My Escape from Christian Patriarchy by Tia Levings.
I will check that out. Let me get that open in a tab on my other screen. There we go. Check it out. Man, I love that I note that he looks like he's doing horribly, and I also say that I'm not a body language expert, but I then get several people who are like, body language experts are actually frauds and hacksters, and it's like, I know, I'm just saying he looks like shit and looks like he lacks confidence. Like, sure, body language experts where they're like, the hand is tilted this way. Clearly that means that they are the murderer. Yeah, that's a crock of shit. Body language experts where you're like looking at someone who's hunched over and like staring at the ground versus someone who's standing like with their back straight, looking like making direct eye contact. Like, there's a bit there is an element of nonverbal communication that is absolutely real, and all I'm saying is the nonverbal cues he's demonstrating here are not good for his position, which is great for us. I'm happy to see it.
The tough people. They're coming out of the jails. They're coming out of the mental institutions. They're coming out of prisons, and they're coming. I mean, they're just coming out of. There's a difference between a prison and jail. It's subtle.
They're just coming. They're just coming, everybody. They're just coming.
I'm gonna come. But I say that they come out of mental institutions and insane asylums. There's a difference there also, and they're coming into our country at levels that nobody's ever seen. And I've been saying for 2 years that this has got to stop. Been saying for longer than that, but for 2.5, 3 years, I said this has to stop. And now it's catching up with us. and you see what's going on in Colorado. I don't know if anybody got to see Aurora. I mean, they're taking over the city. They're taking over.
Oh man, what could he possibly be talking about? Could he be talking about the conservative fringe conspiracy theory that a gigantic gang has taken over an apartment complex in Aurora, Colorado, similar to the hit film Dread from 2014 or 2015, wherein a criminal gang controlling an apartment complex locks it down, and it's all up to one veteran lawmaker and a rookie first day on the job to get down to brass tacks and bring the gang to justice. You haven't heard of this conspiracy theory yet? Well, you're in luck. You're in luck. I didn't prep the segment, so I do have to type a little bit. I apologize. Da 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 da. Because you know what? There's a pretty interesting bit of news for you, and I think you're all going to enjoy from whence it comes. Let's take a look at reporting from our very favorite reporter in Colorado, Kyle Clark. Because, of course, Kyle is on the case. And Kyle Clark's next program is one of the best local television shows running in, or statewide television programs running in America right now.
Inside the hallways at 1268 Dallas Street, music bounces off the walls.
Una salsa.
It's why Carlos Ordoscoidi chose to live here.
Tengo tres. Dos niños y una niña.
When he left his 3 kids in Venezuela to try and provide for them in America.
Mucha gente buena, aquí vivimos padres trabajadores, aquí vinimos a trabajar.
There are a lot of good people here. We are parents, we are hard workers, we came here to work.
Entonces no es justo que
and it's not fair that our rights are being put at risk because of a minority.
Se vean vulnerados por una minoría.
Carlos's home is now in the spotlight after this video surfaced last week showing people carrying guns inside. Conservative media and politicians claimed Venezuelan gangs had taken over the complex.
You've got, Venezuelan gang members who have gone into an apartment complex and now they're intimidating
Wait, Blueberry Bumblebee? You literally used to live in this building or in this city?
Tenants there to pay them the rent and probably extort other things from them.
Yeah, notice the word probably is doing a lot of work here. Just listen to the framing of how this Fox News commentator is framing this, okay?
Venezuelan gang members who have gone into an apartment complex and now they're intimidating the tenants there to pay them the rent and probably extort other things from them.
The city's interim police chief says gangs are not taking rent.
El alcalde está...
Oh. The city's police chief literally said that's not happening. Damn, it's almost like you can just go on Fox News and say anything. Like absolutely anything, and it gets reported as fact in conservative media. Like it's actually crazy that no one at Fox News was like, hey, maybe we should ask like the local police chief if this is actually happening, or said a producer, we could just say anything about this video clip. We could say that they're evil Venezuelan gangs funded by the Taliban, secretly funneling North Korean terrorists into America. We could say anything. Anything's possible in Biden's America. The mayor is out of his orbit.
Says he doesn't know the people in the video and says reports the buildings are overrun with gangs are greatly exaggerated.
What happened in that video, it was here, we can't deny that. But in reality, no one knows what the motives were for those people being here. But I haven't seen anyone invading anywhere, I haven't seen anyone being charged rent, and in reality, I haven't seen that.
He says all the attention has put his community in danger, with calls on social media for people to come here and confront the so-called gang members.
Venezuelan gangs, we're here to chase you off. This is our communities.
I can't bear to see the white name anymore. Also, that video looks like every conservative "Don't tread on me" video I've ever seen, but slightly more tanned.
True. Pluvius, thank you for gifting with Otro a sub. I appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the stream. And again, this show's only made possible by viewers like you. So thank you for supporting the stream. I appreciate it. Well, we're growing. Hey, Boy Meets Minnie, how are you doing, lovely? We're debunking the Venezuelan gangs in Colorado conspiracy.
Ahorita sí siento un poco de
Right
temor
now, I'm
por
scared
lo que
because
se
of
está
what's
viendo,
been
por lo-
created and
por-
all the
por lo que se está creando, la
xenophobia,
xenofobia
hate
hacia
that is
nosotros.
increased
Me
towards
da
us.
muchísimo miedo
I'm really
salir-
scared to
salir
be
a la
outside
calle.
past 7 or 8 p.m. because you never know who can drive by or come around to try and harm us. And I need to clarify here, he's not talking about the Venezuelan gangs. He's talking about the crazy white nationalist conservatives who keep showing up at his apartment building to scream through, like, microphones at them, to scream through megaphones.
Ya después de las 7, 8 de la noche, porque uno no sabe qué carro, qué loco pase por ahí y no quiera hacer daño.
Like Fox News, a national media outlet with like basically infinite resources to do journalism, didn't even think to like call the building's like landlord, didn't think to like have someone go out there and like talk to the people in the building, didn't even think about calling the local police chief and be like, hey, what's up? Like, no, let's just make things up.
O sea, se trata de nuestra reputación.
This is affecting our reputation. I feel bad because they are generalizing all of us, and it shouldn't be that way.
Me siento mal porque nos generalizan a todos y no debería ser así.
Anyway, Kyle Clark doing incredible work along with his team at Channel 9 Colorado. Good stuff. Good stuff. So anyway, yeah, the misreporting spread by Fox News and conservative malcontents, we'll say, is literally turning the area around that complex into a sundown town. The guy's afraid to go outside because of the white nationalists that this conspiracy mongering has drawn to the building. So anyway, that's what Donald Trump is talking about when he talks about how they are taking over.
Apartment complexes. These are young, very tough people. These are tough. They make our...
He's literally saying this based on nothing except for like a 5-second long clip that was spread on Twitter.
Criminals look nice. That's the only thing good about them. Our criminals are like nice people by comparison. And if you saw the Colorado thing, and this is happening all over, just not Colorado, but...
No, like right-wingers won't rest until there are lynch mobs in every town. Exactly, Olive Ryder. Unironically, yeah. They want to make America great again by reigniting lynch mobs, by bringing back the original picnics, which, if you don't know the history of that, it makes picnics a lot less cute.
The Colorado thing caught the imagination because there were many of them.
Wait, that's a local Fox channel? No, actually, I believe it's an NBC affiliate local channel, Marco.
With the biggest weapons that you've ever seen. And these came from Venezuela, which is emptying out all of its criminals. You know, Venezuela crime is down like 72% because they're bringing all of their criminals from Caracas and
Do I even have to say he's just pulling numbers out of his ass? Like... Do I even have to, like, point out that that's not correct? Like right now, Venezuela is in the middle of a gigantic crackdown on like the crime syndicates in the country. And crime has fallen because of that, but they're not shipping all of their criminal. Like just to unpack a little bit. Just to unpack that a little bit. Just like a little bit. Crime doesn't fall because you're sending people you've already captured and put in prison to other countries. You've already captured them. That doesn't, like, the crime has already happened. The crime isn't falling, like what you think that, like, people in Venezuela are like, oh no, they're shipping people from here to America. We need to stop our crimes. Are you kidding me? That's not how that works. Like, in what universe is that how, like, a criminal makes decisions? Have I heard of the Shenyun dance troupe abuse and how their major news affiliates are trying to cover the lies about how it became they hate the New York Times? I haven't heard about the Shenyun dance troupe abuse, but I have heard that they are owned by the Falun Gong. Same with Epoch Times. So like that's kind of like a little, well, fairly large propaganda circle. Anthony Schuler, to answer your question about picnics, picnics were begun as fun events for white people to watch the lynchings of African Americans. Makes it a lot less cute, huh? Anyway.
Everywhere else, they're bringing them to the beautiful USA. Thank you very much, Venezuela. We appreciate it. And we're allowing it to happen because we have open borders. And again, this is happening with every continent. We have Africa well represented.
Rather, I should say, to clarify, because I know someone's going to be pedantic about this either right now, before I look at chat, or in the comment section of the inevitable segment, Picnic did predate the practice of the wide-scale practice of lynch mobs in America. However, it began as a French cultural kind of phenomenon that then came to America and broadly gained acceptance here in America by its utilization of picnics and festivals around the lynching of African Americans. So, to clarify, picnics did predate that, but in America they gained popularity due to essentially well, the Jim Crow Museum has a section on it, and yeah. And of course, the etymology of the word picnic does not suggest racist or racial overtones. Picnic was originally a 17th century French word, pique-nique. Its meaning was similar to today's meaning, a social gathering where each attendee brings a share of the food. However, it
I am genuinely surprised that the U.S. right wing hasn't latched onto the story about the stabbings that happened last week in Germany. It was done by a rejected immigrant from the Middle East.
Oh, Fenry, that's because the American U.S. right doesn't care about Germany and doesn't want to compare itself to Germany because, well, right now the big story about Germany in U.S. media is essentially that Germany is starting to elect members of the Nazi Party, so, or spiritual successors to the Nazi Party, my bad. Yeah, so cursory research of the term lynching picnic reveals several primary sources reporting on such events. I'm going to try, I'm not going to say the words here. Here's the Livingston Herald reporting on the lynching of George Smith. Colored, 20 years of age, in Omaha, Nebraska, was a picnic for people for miles around, and several hundred men from Council Bluffs took part. In 1879, the Fort Wayne Sentinel reported about 2 lynching picnics, Ben Arnold in Dakota and Marcellus Floyd in Texas. Yeah. In 1882, 2 African-American men who were imprisoned for the attempted murder of a telegraph operator survived a jailbreak lynching attack. The next morning, the excitement had, to a considerable extent, died away, and all danger of a lynching picnic is considered past. Like, that was the reporting... Wait, Council Bluffs, Iowa? Oh. Yeah, if you haven't looked up the history of your local area with, like, lynching African Americans or, like, participating in brutal Jim Crow attacks, I highly encourage you to look that up, because it wasn't limited to just the South, guys. I live in Minnesota. We're basically considered to be like a smaller version of Canada in the United States, because we're right up next to Canada, and we have sundown towns here. We have in Duluth, okay, one of the largest cities up close to the Canadian border, close-ish, relatively. There are memorials for, like, times when people in that city, like, rioted over racial issues and killed like a dozen black people. Like, it is insane. So yeah, there is a long history across the Midwest and the South, and also like the North. We're not letting you guys off either, all right? Of that type of violence, unfortunately. Still trying to flee to Minnesota? Oh, I would recommend it. It's gotten better. We've had trans protection since the 90s. I'm just saying, like, you know, be aware of your local history, because guarantee you there's probably a lot of history in your area that was never taught to you growing up. Memorial to the riot, like, not to honor the riot, but to, like, you know, remember that it happened, to, like, keep the event in people's memory as a warning against doing it again, you know? Today you learned, yeah. Anyway, there's a lot of good resources if you want to learn about the incredibly fucked up racist history of America. So I'm just going to post a link to the Jim Crow Museum, specifically the page I was looking at. You guys can read more about it yourself there. But yeah, we're going to move on.
Coming out from the Congo, 22 people came in recently from the
No, it's not a memorial celebrating the riot. It's a memorial condemning the riot and trying to ensure that, like, people don't forget it so that it can never again be repeated.
Congo. Where do you come from? We come from prison. What did you do to get into prison? We will not tell you. Bad stuff. And we have them here. No intention of bringing them back. None whatsoever. And they're all over the country. But now what they're doing, you know, if you think 21 million So if you say a certain large percentage of them are bad, because when you empty out your prisons and you empty out your mental institutions, it's a lot of people.
Again, he's just pulling this out of his butt. No country is emptying out their mental institutions and sending them to the United States.
It's bigger than most armies are in our country.
Has he been like this a lot lately? Yeah, ever since the assassination attempt. I think it really took the wind out of his sails. I think people not really caring that someone tried to kill him really shook him. And there was some like preliminary reporting or early reporting that like he had like PTSD symptoms where he would just watch like a 7-second clip of the attempted assassination over and over again. I don't think he's doing okay.
If you add them up totally. So we had 159 countries, let's say, but we...
Yes, America, and very specifically Reagan, emptied out the mental institutions and sent them into the street. That's true, but that's a bit different than saying Mexico is like sending their asylum inmates to America. That's not happening.
We have massive numbers of people. And what happened in Aurora today is incredible because they basically have just taken over a swath.
Again, cannot stress enough that we just watched reporting that said that is not happening.
And the building, and the people are petrified. The people living in the building, they're leaving. And when they tell the police about it, I mean, the police, you know, they don't need AK-47s.
I mean, we've talked about this, Will Kale. Someone did try to assassinate him in 2016. Like there's video of the attempt. It was like a mentally disturbed English fellow.
That's a very powerful weapon.
Oh, damn, Salmon Moose. That is a...
How can we all have died at the same time?
They're called asylum seekers. They must be looking for new asylums. The 10 out of 10 comment.
I learned a lot about weapons over the last 6 weeks. I will tell you. There's a big difference between different weapons, but they're coming in with very powerful weapons. And the police, you know, you have a few policemen that saying, wait a minute, we're totally outnumbered. Plus they have guns that are, you know, many times the power of what we carry. We don't carry rifles and machine guns and things like they're wielding around pretty freely.
What are you talking about? This is America, sweaty. You think police don't have rifles and machine guns? You think your average American doesn't have rifles and machine guns? We probably have more rifles and machine guns than we do people in America. We could literally give one to every man, woman, child, and fetus in America and still have guns left over. What are you talking about, bro?
Really know how to use them. And this is affecting our schools because we want to talk about schools. And they're taking over schools. We have MS-13 gangs. They're the toughest gangs, they say, in the world, probably are. I got them out by the thousands. I took them out by the thousands. Obama couldn't get them out because the country wouldn't allow them to come back in. They were putting airplanes, big airplanes on the runway so you couldn't land the planes. They'd have to come back to the United States loaded up with these same people that they were supposed to take out.
So your brilliant plan was to give them like a free plane ticket to a different country? Like that was your totally sustainable plan? And your theory is that if you fly them to a different country, they won't simply cross over the border that you believe that they very easily crossed before. Like, the Republican logic makes no sense whatsoever. It's all feels over reels. It's all feels over reels.
And I got them to take them by stopping aid, $750 million to different
Entrama!
countries.
Well.
Entrama, you've been subscribed for 46 months. Almost 4 years. Hope you're doing well. Miss you. Bet you're busy as hell, but miss your face.
And I won't go through the story too much, but basically I said, how much money do we pay to Guatemala and to a few other countries? And the number was $750 million, which is a lot, but it's not that much. We give so much money away. It's so crazy. To countries that hate us. By the way, we give a lot of money away every year to Afghanistan. Billions and billions of dollars. And I think that Harris...
You were the president, man. You literally gave them that money and also released all of the Taliban leadership we had in prison.
And Biden, I always start now by Harris, a Marxist. She's a Marxist, by the way. People are finding that out.
Man, I wish, God, I wish, as a socialist, I wish the president of the United States believed in workers owning the means of production.
But she's a total Marxist. Her father's a Marxist. He's a Marxist professor. He teaches.
I want anyone to ask him what that means. What does he think a Marxist is? I guarantee you his answer would be something like someone who hates America. But like, no, really, for real, what does it mean? Define it. Define the word.
I guess the economy from a Marxist perspective, and he taught her well. But when you look at what was happening, you couldn't get the people out. And when I said you're going to get these people out of here, the general came to me, sir, they won't take them back. Who won't take them back? The countries from where they came. And they would put airplanes on the runway. They block up the bus routes. They block up everything. So we'd bring them back, and you couldn't bring them back, Tiffany. So it's such a horrible thing. And I said, how much aid do we pay them, sir? We pay them $750 million combined. I say, that's a lot of money. That's a lot. Well, tell them we're not paying them anymore. It's effective immediately. Yes, sir. And they told them that. And the following morning, I come into the beautiful Oval Office, that Resolute desk, which is so beautiful. You know, now Biden goes around using that. He didn't even know the name of the Resolute desk. Now he tells us, I sit behind the Resolute desk. He doesn't even know what the hell it is. This guy. That's a beauty.
Man, he's so sad. He's literally so sad that he's not running against Biden anymore. It's been weeks, man. It's been weeks. Are you kidding me? He's still doing the meme. Do I still have it on speed meme? Do I still have it? I got it. He's still doing the meme. Oh, Joe. Where'd you go, Joe? I missed. We could have been great together, you and me. We could have been great.
Boy, I tell you, did they do a coup on him? Anyway, so I said, tell him that's not happening. So the following morning, I get to the office and I get a call from 3 countries, let's not use names, and all very smart leaders. I'd be doing the same thing if I were them, to tell you the truth. I'd say, empty out my prisons, dump them into the United States, don't ever let them back. And I would be doing it every bit as much as them. I don't blame them if they can get away with it, but they shouldn't be able to get away with it. So
Okay, real quick. You're trying to tell us that the United States, the most powerful country on earth, lacks the ability to just send convicted criminals into other countries? There's literally nothing stopping us. We could do that. Like, he's like, I would have been doing it every bit as much, but we can't do that here.
I said, you're not going to
get... Yeah, law and order candidate right here. Law and order candidate.
Get the money, they call me up. They say, sir, I understand. And I know all 3 of them. I know all of them. I know all the leaders. They're all at the top of their game. And we have a bunch of deadweights, okay? We are being taken advantage.
A bunch of deadweights that told me I couldn't just do a fascist coup of America. disloyal and traitorous.
Advantage of as a country so much. I've never said anything like it. So they said essentially the same conversation. Sir, good morning, sir. I understand there's a problem, sir. You have to understand, this has gone on for 10 years. They wouldn't take their people back. They wouldn't take MS-13 back. They dumped them in our country, wouldn't take them back. I said,
what do you mean they wouldn't take them back? You can just fly a plane there, man.
Well, you know, you're sending them up in the caravans and other ways, and you're not taking them back. You're never getting any more money from the United States. Sir, we would like to take them back. We would love to have MS-13 back with us. We think they're such wonderful people. Anyway, they made it very...
He's literally, you know, if AO3 is still down, he's making an excellent go at replacing it.
Very easy for us to get them back, and we took them back by the thousands, and we took also a lot of...
This is very peak drunk uncle at Thanksgiving energy. He's tapped into the pure spirit.
Others back, and then these clowns took over the country, and nothing, everything.
What's AO3? Archive of Our Own. It's the fan fiction capital of the internet.
Everything closed up. And by the way, they're paying them now $4 billion, I understand. Can you believe it? And they don't take them back. It's just so sad to see what happens. They're paying much more money than I was talking about. They raised it. They actually felt it was good to pay them more. They said, why? They said, economic development. It's not economic development. It's the development of a dictator. Because they...
That's really rich coming out of your mouth, man. Like, you literally did an interview like 2 weeks ago where you were like, hey, Christians, vote for me. You'll never have to vote for anyone again.
They keep their money. They're not doing any economic development. We have the dumbest...
Okay, in case people don't understand this, the United States has been operating under the auspices of neoliberalism, okay? And the idea here is that as a matter of foreign policy, the United States invests in other countries to develop markets, okay? What does that mean? It means you raise a certain standard of living, you build certain smaller companies there, and then either those companies get bought out by American companies, and then, or they get like government contracts from said countries, or like there are other geopolitical favors that we can call in. It's similar to the Belt and Road Initiative that China does, except China has a better branding on that idea, I guess, where China will come in, they'll build the infrastructure for a country, and then they, in return, they basically build up a lot of goodwill towards their country in the targeted, nation. And then, hey, oh man, we want first dibs on like oil discoveries. We want, priority given to our companies when we come into your market. That kind of thing. Like it is a employment of what is known as soft power, where instead of using your military to get what you want, you use money to get what you want. And when you are the global superpower and economic power, one of the greatest economic powerhouses on the planet, you can do that. Yes, he also literally said he wanted to be a dictator.
There's people in history running our country, okay? The dumbest in history. And we have to get these people. So we brought it back at all. But what's happening to our country is being poisoned, and your schools.
Yeah, when he says that our country is being poisoned, he's literally doing a Hitler, okay? He's calling immigrants poison. He's saying immigrants are poisoning the blood of our nation, which is what Hitler said repeatedly in speeches, and I believe in Mein Kampf as well. So, yeah.
And your children are suffering greatly because they're going into the classrooms, they're taking the seats, and they don't even speak English. It's crazy. And we have our people that aren't going into a classroom. We have students that were there last year that aren't allowed into the school this.
Oh, absolutely, Demi Burdos. His core audience does not care about the facts. However, I'm making this to appeal to liberals to say, hey, liberals, come a bit further left, okay? And also, for weirdo independents in the middle who still haven't made up their mind, and also for conservatives who just don't pay attention to politics, okay? The vast majority of people in America do not pay attention to politics whatsoever. If you are here and you're watching me, you are more in tune with politics than like 98% of Americans.
This year, they're not allowed. It's crazy. We have our veterans sleeping on the streets, and we have illegal immigrants coming into our country living in luxury hotels above where the veterans.
You know, that's really interesting here that Donald Trump is talking about the veterans. I have a just a little clip I want to play for you guys. Where is it here? Here it is. Just a fun little clip here, featuring one Timothy Poole.
Probably very difficult to do, but let's say we were able to isolate specifically bloated bureaucracy spending. If we could take all of that money and apply it to healthcare, government spending that money instead on helping people with healthcare, would you be in favor of that?
Well, I absolutely would, but let's look.
Oh, look, it's Matt Gaetz, the guy whose best friend allegedly hooked him up with an underage teen. Wild.
Look at the VA, which is something that Anna and I have talked about at great length, not
Oh yeah, look at the VA.
Just in the policy space, but as it literally relates to, our families and the people we love. If we abolished the VA and gave every veteran a card that allowed them to get fee-for-service at any healthcare provider that they walked into in this country, and if you want to provide healthcare in this country, you better be willing to provide it to a veteran for the amount that we would pay for it at that rate, then you could eliminate the bureaucracy and you could spend all the money that is appropriate to that bureaucracy actually on healthcare for veterans.
Yeah, if that was an option.
Or I'm just gonna spit this out real quick. Or we get rid of privatized healthcare and just expand the VA to everybody. I'm just spitballing here.
Today, I guarantee most vets would go that route. And one of the most frustrating things is that, especially during what happened with COVID because of the bureaucracy, a lot of veterans that did need help, especially that had PTSD that needed to talk to doctors, weren't getting the help that they needed.
But if we're gonna do universal,
and why weren't they getting the help that they needed? Was it because the other services available to them and the other facilities available to them were privatized because it was a private service? Weird.
Healthcare, which is the essence of your question, in exchange for bureaucratic inertia and bureaucratic waste, there's no more fruitful space than the VA and no more meritorious a space.
Yeah, I mean, he nailed it. Again, systems like the VA, and mind you, service members do essentially pay into that. And so that's a friendly reminder to people. A lot of people say, well, the military has socialized healthcare, but we are literally paying back into that system.
Yeah. That's what socialized medicine is.
So for me, from that perspective, I mean, there's so much broken with the VA. President Trump did a lot of good, but there's still so much that needs to be fixed with it. And so
the issues with the issues with the VA could be fixed if we just expanded the VA and properly funded it. If we expanded the VA and we properly funded the bureaucratic gears and bells and whistles, it would be totally fine. And these ghouls are like, hey, we should abolish the VA. Because you guys, you know that these people don't give a fuck about veterans. You know Matt Gaetz doesn't care about veterans. When they say something like, oh yeah, we'd we'd abolish the VA, and then we'd give them something like a card or something to like use anywhere, for however much we'd be willing to pay for it. All they care about is the first part, the abolishing of the VA. They don't care about the second part. Every single veteran could die in the gutter for all they cared. Like, they just are front-loading what they want and then trying to soften the blow.
So anyone that ever advocates for socialized medicine, I'm like, you guys have no idea what you're starting.
Anyway, that's Tim Pool agreeing with two absolute ghouls that the VA should be abolished. Anyway, what's that? You care about veterans sleeping in the streets? It doesn't seem like your party does.
It's so reverse of what it should be.
So
May you interest me in a Steve Shives about veterans? You may, but I'm not going to watch it on stream because I probably agree with Steve Shives. He's a good YouTuber. You should all check him out. He has really good Star Trek videos too.
though you love New York City, I'm from New York originally. My dad grew up in Brooklyn in Flatbush. Yeah, New York. But like many other cities in America right now, it's a city in decline.
And then you, let me guess, you moved to Long Island? Your dad grew up in Brooklyn, then you moved to Long Island? You give off that vibe.
You were in New York when Mayor Giuliani really did great
Why is Trump sat like that? I don't know. I would say something about his body language, but chat wouldn't like that.
reforms.
Right. He was such a great mayor, and he also fought for a lot of things that he should. Hey, he was right about the laptop from hell. He was the one that came out. Rudy was right. Rudy was right about a lot of things. They have a hat. Trump.
Most I run into dismiss him because he's a liberal. Well, here's the thing, guys. We need liberals. Unpopular take. As a leftist, our job should be to move liberals over to our position. And you don't do that by saying, oh, you're a dumb fuck for being a liberal. No, you engage with them, Now, I will say liberals are evil. But that's only when I'm frustrated because they're doing something insane. But our main goal, the easiest thing we can do to be politically relevant is to radicalize liberals. Like that's one of the easiest things we can do. There are two things, okay? Top two things you can do as a leftist, all right? Number one, radicalize liberals in your circle. And number two, get non-voters to vote. Like those are the two things you can do to be the most politically effective.
Was right about everything, but Rudy was right about a hell of a lot.
Did I see Jesse Ventura absolutely eviscerate Trump and JD Vance? Yeah, it was really nice to see.
Right, he was the first one to see the laptop, I guess, and he revealed what was on there, and everyone hit him hard. He's actually a very brave guy, but he was a great mayor, and he took over the city when it was in really bad shape and very dangerous.
I will agree, Reed. It is very hard sometimes to engage with liberals in a productive way. I agree, especially on geopolitical issues in today's day and age. But, you do what you can.
And he made it the safest big city in the country and made it big.
Ooh, advice for tactics? I mean, honestly, you got to engage them where they're at. That's kind of the one thing. It's really, I think, difficult to have a productive engagement when you hold a really high bar and you know that a liberal is not equipped with the information or the ideological framework in order to meet that bar. Most liberals just don't know. They have good intentions, but they just don't know. And so the easiest way I have found to engage with liberals is just to activate their curiosity. You know? Activate curiosity and then like provide like a framework for answers. A framework for like, hey, why you believe what you believe, you know? It is yeah. It is even easier to radicalize Bernie-loving sockdoms. True. True. Yeah, I mean, Demi Burdos, exactly. Have you met a trans person before? Hey, what do you think about unions? You know, like stuff like that. Trump going to Arlington Cemetery was a grave mistake. You earned it. You earned it. I gotta hand it to you. Also, chat, this is apparently going to be an incredibly long segment, so I'm going to do a little pause here and say, hey, we've been going for 2.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show or getting anything out of what I've been talking about, please consider hitting the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, because let me take a look here. We have 98 likes, which I cannot help but notice is fewer than 100, and we literally have like 250 people watching over on YouTube. So go hit that like button, please. All right, let's hit our bare minimum goals for the stream. All right, and number 2, I can't make this show without the support of viewers like you. I'm not a big channel. You know, one day we're gonna be bigger than Hassan, baby. Okay, we're gonna be big. All right, we're gonna have the most leftist thing imaginable, a blimp house parked above Hassan's house. Okay, and in order to do that, I need your help. And this show's not possible without viewers like you guys dropping subs or donos, super chats, memberships, what have you. So please consider dropping subs or donos to support the show. And if you want to drop those, consider coming on over to riverboat.gg, where I get to keep most of the money you send my way. Over on Twitch, I only get 50% of whatever you send my way. Over on YouTube, I get 70% of whatever you send my way. And over here on riverboat.gg, I believe for the moment I get 100%. Eventually, there's going to be a 10% cut taken by the folks who host the site, which is more than fair. They've been hosting me for like several years now, or not several years, but over a year, and asking nothing in return. So they deserve that. But please consider supporting the show. Couldn't do it without you guys. I'm only like a 6,000 subscriber YouTuber and a 10,000 subscriber Twitch streamer. So whatever that means. Let's see, bigger than Hassan, baby. Bigger than Hassan so I can spite him. Hey guys, I've been working out, okay? I'm building these guns, all right? Maybe I'll even be physically bigger than Hassan. Who can say, all right? And you might say, you can't be taller than Hassan, Jack. You're only 5'6". And to that I say, I have really tall heels. So there we go. I long for your success the way a Civil War soldier longs for home. Thank you for being in the trenches, fighting for the cause of the Riverboat crew. Pew pew. 10-inch heels? Hell yeah. Unironically. You also need to get even cuter dogs and or cats than Hassan. Gonna happen. Do you guys want to see one of the dogs I was looking at possibly getting? Just since we're in a little 10-inch heels. I mean, like not just the heels have a platform under them, obviously, but yeah. Let's see here. Is it? I think I know. Can I work and get it? Do 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 do. Do do. Do 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 do. Man, Instagram navigates like shit on desktop, doesn't it? Found it. All right. Are you guys ready for how cute this fucking dog is? Pro tip, you're not ready. None of you are ready. Look at him. Oh wait. Nope. Look at them. Look at how cute that fucking dog is. Look at him. Look at that baby. And like you see him turn into a full dog. Look at that. Look at full dog. Full dog mode. Adorable. Amazing. Long-haired mini dachshund. So cute. So cute. Anyway. So cute. But this is only possible. Cute pets are only possible with support from viewers like you. Anyway, also follow me on Instagram if you want. I have a different. I mostly tweet selfies. It's not the most interesting place to follow me if you're into my political content. It's you know like. You know, I'm thirst trapping. All right, I'm thirst trapping. Anyway, look at that sweaty boy. How do you feel about Jack Russell Terriers? They're too smart. They're too smart for their own good. Support, you're doing great, champ. Not financially. Let's see. But the show Wishbone was great. The show Wishbone was great. Absolutely. 10 out of 10 program. Have you considered, though, that dog was too smart? That dog knew more about literature than the child who owned him. And also, like, seemingly was magical, like terrifying creatures. Okay, but Jack, a dog can play basketball, right? There's no rule against it. Beagles can be smart assholes. I'm too chronically online that the mention of being owned makes me think of debate. JD Vance has a dog. It doesn't look like he owns a dog. He doesn't know how to hold a leash. What's my Instagram at? Jane TA, JANETA 6769. It doesn't roll off the tongue, but you know, whatever. It's fine. The Instagram is not important to my my streaming operations. You going to the ASPCA? For what? I don't know what that acronym means off the top of my head. Oh, like a shelter dog? I don't know. I don't have a serious plan for getting a dog right now. I'm still pretty sad that my last dog passed away. I don't know why you guys are like trying to lecture me about dogs. All of the dogs I've owned have been adopted. Anyway, moving on.
Beyond that, it was a vibrant city, and now it's got tremendous problems. And in all fairness, look, you have hundreds of thousands of illegal migrants here. How do? You can't run it. I read where they're spending billions of dollars. I thought New York had no money.
Billions
and yet they're spending
billions.
billions of dollars of money, and it's not given by the federal government. So how are they doing this? The city is suffering. They're all suffering. No city can take in, when you think that 21 million people came into our country, that's bigger than New York. 21 million people came into our country. No country can take that. Nobody can withstand that. It's going to bring us down. And in addition,
I mean, clearly, it didn't, and it doesn't. Like, literally, like bipartisan bodies of Congress have put out reports within like the last month about how the projected economic growth from immigration of all kinds is projected to bring in almost $1 trillion to the economy over the next 10 years.
to that, many of these people are hard criminals. And
they're not soft criminals. They're hard, rock hard.
And we have to get them out, and we're going to have deportation at the highest level we've ever had. As a higher level,
Also, immigrants of all kinds are less likely to commit crime than native-born Americans. Just, interesting fact.
Highest deportation was a pretty moderate guy, but Dwight Eisenhower, he hated that our country was being swamped. And Dwight D. Eisenhower, president of the United States, a good president, good general. He won because he's a general. And, generals, by the way, I don't know, a little statistic. So of the presidents, 92% were politicians, and 8%, before me, 8% were generals. And then I came along. And I don't think any rich guy will ever do it. They're looking at Trump, they're saying, I don't know. They all wanted to do it. They said, if Trump can do it.
Yeah, no rich guy has ever been president before. Is that really the hill you want to die on there, bud? Just, can we... Here, wealth of George Washington... adjusted for inflation. Let's see. Let's see. Is this adjusted for inflation? Ah, it is. Okay. So let's see. Donald J. Trump, net worth $3.1 billion. John F. Kennedy, number 2, with only $1.1 billion. What a chump. But, I do really have to wonder... I don't believe Donald Trump's net worth. Literally, the lawsuits against him all hinge on him overinflating the value of his assets, which is what net worth is hinged on. So I genuinely don't believe that he's worth that much money.
Do it, I can do it. But they see what you have to go through. They're saying, you know, maybe I won't give it a shot.
So let's talk a little bit about family, because we really feel at Moms for Liberty that family and parental rights are under attack in America. All of America got to meet your granddaughter Kai at the Republican National Convention.
He literally doesn't remember who that is. I don't know that for a fact. But he looks so upset that the topic isn't about him. Yeah, you guys got to meet my granddaughter. That piece of shit.
Its parental rights are under attack in
Look
America.
at his reaction
All of
here.
America got to meet your granddaughter Kai at the Republican National Convention. It's very obvious that you love being a father and a grandfather.
Is it really that obvious?
So I'd love to know why you choose and continue to choose to work with your children in business and politics. And do you have any advice for people with working with your kids?
Well, I've always liked it. I don't know that I'll be doing it very much politically because I think it's been very unfair to them. Like, Ivanka was she could have done anything. Great student.
I wonder if he's going to talk about Tiffany. He never talks about Tiffany.
Great, beautiful girl, beautiful everything. She was a perfect person. Worked hard. She gave up. Do you remember the Ivanka line and all?
I loved those shoes.
I know,
Please tell your daughter. She made great shoes.
She was making so much money with that thing. I was saying, what the hell is going on? It was so hot. And then I ran for politics. And the truth is, she wanted to come. She pretty much gave it up. It was really good. Great shoes, great everything. Very stylish, and a lot of people still talk about it. But she gave it up because she wanted to go, and she didn't want something like the United Nations secretary. I wanted her to do that. I said, you would be a great ambassador to the United Nations secretary. There'd be nobody to compete with her. I tell you, she may be my daughter, but nobody could have competed with her, with her rat-tat-tat, the whole deal she's got. And she said, Daddy, I don't want to do that. I just want to help people get jobs. And she would go around, not a glamorous job, but she felt so good about it. She would go around to see Walmart, to see Exxon, to see all these big companies to hire people. And she had hired like many.
Hey, fun fact about Ivanka's businesses. Here is a report from Citizens for Ethics. Ivanka Trump's businesses shut down 2 years ago. Or business shut down 2 years ago. So how is it still bringing in money? Now, this report goes on to talk about how, despite the fact that her brands have supposedly shut down, and are being held in a trust, they're still making her over $1 million every year. Somehow. Which is fascinating stuff. In her financial disclosures covering 2019, first obtained by CREW, Ivanka reported making between $100,000 to $1 million in rent or royalties from the Ivanka M. Trump Business Trust, which is comprised of her various Ivanka-branded fashion companies, as well as holding her foreign and domestic trademarks. New analysis of Ivanka, by the way, her trademarks, both foreign and domestic, were greatly expanded while she worked for the Trump administration. Weird for a business that is supposedly shut down. New analysis of Ivanka Trump's 2019 financial disclosures show that either the shuttering of her business may have applied only to parts of her fashion brand, like clothing, or that she continued to make money off her fashion brand after it closed down. The trust that holds the clothing line also contains the brand's trademarks, fragrances, jewelry, handbags, baby home, eyewear, and more. The way the income is reported makes it impossible to tell which of these lines have continued to bring in money, but together they could still be making up to $1 million a year. What we do know is that Ivanka Trump clothing, sunglasses, handbags, and perfumes can be found for sale on the internet's largest retailer, Amazon. Ivanka Trump jewelry is also still for sale online. Clothing from Trump's brand is for sale at Walmart and on Overstock.com. This could all be leftover merchandise from before the brand shut down, or Trump could have kept some parts of her brand open for business while claiming to shut down her brand. The websites for her brands at least have shut down. The way the business deals have been structured could allow her to continue making passive income off of production of Ivanka goods manufactured and sold by others. Which, by the way, all of that aligns almost perfectly with the timing of her getting trademarks and various intellectual property rights secured in China. So, what does that mean? Well, on Walmart and on Overstock and on Amazon, you can basically you can basically sell other people's goods through your storefront. And what it kind of sounds like is that Ivanka Trump is continuing to manufacture goods under the Ivanka brand, and then selling them through these other storefronts, with middlemen making a marginal profit, and she continues to rake in profits that are being laundered through essentially Chinese drop shippers. That would be my assumption based on the evidence provided here. So is she just a selfless individual? No, she just changed the legal structuring of her business to avoid scrutiny.
Millions of people during the course of her stay.
Again, I don't know that for sure. I'm just saying that's what it looks like to me, an outside observer.
And I mean, always there was nothing ever good. It was just very tough. I think if she were a Democrat, it would have been. It's much easier to be a Democrat. Let me put it that way.
Apparently, you don't have to take any interviews.
That's right. You don't have to. You don't have to do anything. We saw that the other night.
God, look at his pants. Look at his pants, guys. What's going on here? My guy. You shouldn't be showing this much sock. This is not okay. These pants look like they were tailored for a little boy.
And you won't see too many more interviews. And I have a debate coming up with this one. And she didn't want a debate. She didn't want.
Does he have a tailor? I mean, I would assume so. Like, if you're a billionaire, you should have a tailor.
A debate. They were not happy about it, but they got the network that they wanted. This network is the worst of all. George Slopadopoulos, you know who he is. But they are the worst in terms of that. So they wanted the network. And, you know, it was like with Biden. They came to me, they wanted to do a debate. I said...
oh, that, you know, Evil Nala, that's probably true. That's what happens when you're too cheap to pay your tailor, yeah.
Isn't it a little bit early? Like, you know, we just started. Do you want to do it now? Yes, oh, yes. And they thought that if they said it was going to be Dana Bash...
You guys are all nailing it.
Who...
Hey, hippie punk.
Last night was extremely easy. There was no, like... Why aren't you doing this? Or why did you say 1,000 times that there'll be no fracking in Pennsylvania, and then all of a sudden say, oh, we'll have fracking?
It felt like a multiple choice quiz. She would give her like several answers that she could have given.
They were feeding it to her. I was surprised, actually. I mean, I was surprised she didn't do a lot of interviews, but she's not good at it, I guess. And they knew that. They knew something that we didn't know. I think she would have been better off if she just did interviews, even if they weren't great. It would have been better than, because now everyone's watching, and now we see she's defective. She's a defective person. And we don't need another defective person as president of the United States. We just had that.
just had that. And we could have it again. You just have to get back in the race, Joe. Your numbers are up 7 points today, Joe. I looked at the polls. Just get back in the race, Joe. Please, Joe.
I've heard you talk about your mom in interviews before. She was obviously a very strong woman. Was she hard on you with school? Tell us about your mom a little bit.
No, she wasn't. She was great. I had a great mother, great father, very different people.
The question was about your mom, not your dad. We'll ask you about your dad when it's time to talk about your dad, man. This is Moms for Liberty, not Dads for Dibberty.
People. My mother came from Scotland, and she came over to this country. Are there people from Scotland? You know, actually, that's hidden.
Wait, what?
Different people. My mother came from Scotland, and she came over to this country. Are there people from Scotland? You know, actually, that's...
Okay, he's talking to the crowd because someone from the crowd went, whoop. All right. I thought for a second he was legitimately asking if there are people in Scotland.
Hidden. Do you know that some of the biggest...
Biden, come back.
Smartest, most brilliant leaders in business come from Scotland, and nobody knows it. Or at least, you know, their parents came from Scotland, but it's...
Also, did he just say defective person? Yes, but we all know that, like, Donald Trump would execute every single person with any kind of disability whatsoever. Like, that would absolutely be part of his policy. The dude who's, like, supreme grasp on physical and mental health is that human beings are batteries that shouldn't exercise because otherwise you'll use up all of your battery juice and die. I think he doesn't have a great grasp on what we should do as a matter of public health policy.
Scotland did very well in this country, I'll tell you.
I want my Biden back, Biden back, Biden back. I want my Biden back, Biden back, Biden back, Biden back. I want my Biden back, Biden back, Biden back. Biden back ribs.
It's very, like, we have people, and I know that one group, they're a very successful group. Now, she came from Scotland, great place, and she came over just for the summer.
This is what you get, okay? This is what you get when I host a show, okay? I just... The filter disappears after I've been streaming long enough.
Summer, and she was 19, I guess, and she met my father, and they had a very long marriage. I said, I'll never top you on that, Pop. You know, you always want to be a little bit better than your father if you can.
I'll never top you, Dad.
And a little more. And my father loved that. You know, some fathers don't like it. When you have a father that doesn't want his son to be a success, well, you got a problem with a father. But there are plenty of them. I've seen plenty of them. They make it.
Yeah, no, Donald Trump literally told his brother, or was it nephew? He told his nephew that he should let his son die because he was disabled.
Actually hard for the son. But no, I had the opposite. I had a father that loved what was happening. But they met, they fell in love, they got married, and they were married for 6.5 decades.
Wow.
A long time. I said,
wow, they were married for a long time? Now, what a beautiful marriage. Yeah, but, you know, they weren't allowed to divorce for a long time.
Pop, I'm not going to be able to beat you with that. But anyway, and they had just a great marriage. Very different people, but they had a great marriage, very, very strong marriage.
So I want to talk to you a little bit about The Apprentice.
Okay.
We talk a lot at
Okay, real quick. I'm going to give this like 10 to 15 seconds, and if it's not interesting, I'm just going to skip this section because I do not care about The Apprentice.
Moms for Liberty, that we're in the middle of a cultural revolution in America. People like to be dismissive and say it's a culture war, but truly the culture is being changed. I look at you as a president and perhaps our next president, hopefully our next president. That's right.
Ha 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 ha.
And you are a cultural icon. So you had The Apprentice. It ran for, am I right, is it 14 seasons?
14 seasons, 12 years. Yeah, we had actually one season where it was on for 3 times during the season. That means they liked it, but it was basically 12 years and 14 seasons. Yeah.
How do you think you kept the audience that long?
We don't need to watch this elaborate fellatio.
Anyway, it goes on television, and the first week it was like at number 10, which is failure. And I mean, you remember, it was just the hottest.
I watched The Apprentice. We love the show, yeah.
The finale actually of that season had 42.5 million. It was second to the Super Bowl. It was always the Academy Awards, and we beat the Academy Awards. Since then, the Academy Awards has gone to hell. It's incredible. You know why? Because all they do is, political stuff. They've destroyed it. But, so it finished up, and number 1. And I'll never forget, and I enjoyed it. I said, I have the number 1 show, and I didn't even have an agent. And so I get a call from the agent. I'll never forget, 6 o'clock in the morning, he called me. He says, I want to congratulate you. Show's number 1. I said, yeah, it is. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. He said, could I come over and see you? I said, why? He said, so we could work out a fee. I said, you told me not to do it. There's no way I'm paying you a commission. You told me not. They wanted to get a commission. I said, there's no way. I said, if it was up to you, I would have never done it.
Whoever time-stamped this C-SPAN video did a bad job. Because they said the Arlington Cemetery portion was supposed to start 2 minutes ago.
He said, please raise your hand if you will not support the winner of the group of 17 people, whoever wins the nomination. So I raised my hand. I was the only one. I said, I can't say for sure I'm going to support. I don't like certain other people. I don't know them. A couple of them I do. You remember that? Those were my first 2 questions. Only Rosie O'Donnell, and I raised my hand. And I said that. I was honest, and the place went crazy. So actually, they were 2 of the more interesting. They were the first 2 questions I had. I went through a lot of debates. I went through like 14, 15 debates then. Then we had the debate with crooked Hillary Clinton. Remember that one?
Oh, that
was pretty good.
Who doesn't remember that debate?
That was a pretty good one. Crooked Hillary, she was a crooked one. And we had, what? So politics has been very interesting. It never stops, right? Then we had the debate last time with Sleepy Joe Biden.
Yeah.
How did he do? He was sharp as a tack.
I would just like to say, I thought you handled yourself so beautifully in that interview. I have to be honest.
Don't forget, she must have studied that took about 20 minutes. They found out.
I can't. The amount of like gratification that's going on screen right now is incalculable.
They found out she never worked there. So, there's a lot of fake stuff going on. But we don't need that for a president. And our country can't stand it. We are really in trouble. We're a failing nation, whether you like it or not. And I'm sure you don't like it. But we are a very sick nation. We're a failing nation. And on top of it, we have millions of people in here that we can't have them if they were great, but you're not going to have people where they're emptying the doors to jails and emptying the doors to mental institutions. We're serious.
Man, you got to keep coming back to this. Dude is so far like gone. He can't stop coming back to the same talking point. Like, there are a lot of different conservative talking points, but he keeps coming back to this one. And it's just not working, man.
Seriously sick people are coming into our country, and no country can stand this. There's no country can stand it. So I was not happy with him because, I only did it because I want to help the country. I didn't need this. I had a very nice life. Some of you know. I see some of you in here. You know You've known me for a long time, long before politics. I had a nice life. But even running again, if I thought he was good and I thought he was doing a good job, I would have been happy. But he's not. He's doing a horrible job. And, you know, he's been absent for a long time. If you go back 25 years, he wasn't the brightest bulb in the ceiling, I can tell you that. And he was not doing a job. And I've told this, and I mean it. I would have been happy if he were a great president, and I wouldn't have run. I wouldn't have run. I also wouldn't have run if I didn't think I won the election. I mean, I think we won that election by so much, by so much. If I thought I lost that election, I absolutely would, you know, I wouldn't have run because I would have lost the election. But I think we did phenomenally. I mean, honestly, we got millions.
How? Honest question to conservatives. Honest question. How do you sit and watch him go in circles like this? Like, where in this are you like, ah, yes, now he's cooking? Like, where in this do you find that? Because I can't find it, and, like, my job is watching stuff like this.
Millions of more votes than we did in the first election. We did great in the first one, we won. And I was told we got 63 million votes in the first election. I was told if we get 63 million votes, same number, there's no way we can be defeated. I got 10 or 12 million votes more than that, more than anybody.
Citation needed.
Anybody had ever got. We got the most votes of anybody, of any sitting president in history. And he beat us by a whisker. And it was a terrible thing. They used COVID to cheat. And it was a terrible
citation needed
thing. And then I watched, and I thought it was very, very sad because of, you know, the election it brought great division to the country. But I watched, and I saw how bad things were. I saw the border, the open border and everything. You know, I found out about the open border when we built hundreds of miles, and then we had a little bit more that I was going to add because there were certain areas that you needed it. And we had everything fabricated, very expensive wall. Those walls are expensive. They're steel, concrete, and rebar. And they have a lot of wiring in them for all sorts of security equipment. But it's very expensive stuff. It's exactly what Border Patrol wanted. They have anti-climb bars and everything on them. So we did them. It could have been erected in 3 weeks. And they kept saying, we're not going to do it. We're not.
You think you can erect a wall across thousands of miles of land? Some of the harshest terrain on Earth in a couple of weeks? Yo, man, no wonder you still owe contractors money.
And then I realized they weren't going to do it. And they sold much of that wall for 5 cents on the dollar. So, you know, that's when I realized they actually want open borders. Because you say to yourself, who would want open borders? Who would want men playing in women's sports? I mean, just think of this stuff. No, but who would want that? All the things.
Kamala Harris, apparently.
Yeah. No, she wants it. You know, you talk about, like, cars.
A hacksaw defeats those walls. A ladder defeats those walls. A tunnel defeats those walls. A drone defeats those walls. An American citizen defeats those walls. Overstaying your visa defeats those walls. It's not hard to do, guys. Ladders are an ancient technology.
I'm a big fan of Elon.
Well, you know, if you don't have a ladder, you could even use a goddamn rope.
Elon gave me tremendous endorsement. It's good, isn't it? He's gonna have to send a rocket up to get those people out of there. That's crazy. You know, he's great. I said, when are you sending a rocket up? Well, you know, Elon is a very different kind of a guy. as he thinks, he talks. Whereas a lot of people, you know, they want the words to be perfect and all, and they think less and talk more, right? With Elon, it's like, well, you know, I'm doing a new stainless steel hub that can get us around the engines much quicker because there's a problem with the type of engine going into space nowadays. And I'm hearing the... And, but in the end, I think we can have a good hookup because of the new foils that are coming up. And I'm hearing everything that's going through his mind. But he is...
Yeah, because he's giving you a lot of money to, like, be in your cabinet.
Like, he's a super genius guy.
Oh, I loved that conversation that you had on Twitter. I listened to the whole thing. I thought that was absolutely fantastic.
That was... I think we're going to do another one, too. They had a number, like I heard 750 million. They had a number that was so crazy and large. And we had a...
Yeah, you can really feel the contempt Donald Trump has for Elon Musk. Like, he really wants to use outdated terminology to talk about how Elon Musk acts. You can tell. You can tell.
Good time. We talked for 2.5 hours, and yeah, it was the #1 ever. There's never been anything like it in terms of people listening or watching or whatever. But he's a great guy. But I said to him, you know, the one thing is that, and I'm a huge fan of his electric car. I think it's incredible, his car. I think what he does, and I'm a big fan of electric, but they don't go far. And they are expensive, and China does have the material. We have gasoline, more gasoline than anybody else has. I call it liquid gold. We have liquid gold, but and electric absolutely has a place. You know, you have electric, but you have to have gasoline-powered cars and hybrid-powered cars, and maybe hydrogen is going to be next. Who knows? But you know, the things that they're...
You know, I saw someone in chat say, you know, he sounds like a late presidency Ronald Reagan. Well, there's a good reason for that. Donald Trump's 78 years old. Anyone want to take a guess at how old Ronald Reagan was when he exited office? Anyone want to take a guess? How old was Ronald Reagan when he exited office? 72, 72, 72. Wrong! He was 77. Donald Trump is older than Ronald Reagan was at the end of his second term. So, yeah. That would probably be why he doesn't sound too hot.
Proposing. You know, it's interesting. I mentioned men playing in women's sports. So the Olympics, we watched the Olympics, right? And did you see the boxing situation, right?
Yes, sir, we did.
So you had this beautiful champion Italian female boxer, and she was supposed to be very good.
Ah, good. Finally, we've made it to the transphobia.
Good against women. And I was watching it for some reason. I find it very interesting. And she was fighting a person that transitioned. And I wouldn't want to fight this person. But
citation needed, because Imane Khalif is not a trans woman.
But transitioned and met certain qualifications.
So can we talk about that for a second?
Yeah.
Because Elon, you're talking about Elon Musk. Elon Musk recently did an interview with Jordan Peterson, and he talked about the fact that one of his children has decided that they're transgender. He talked about the woke mind virus. When you look at Tim Walz, who is now Kamala Harris's running partner, he has made his state a sanctuary city, sir, which means that a sanctuary state, excuse me, for children, that they can go there and have gender surgeries paid for by the government.
Yeah,
and
I don't know that the government pays for the gender surgeries. As a trans myself, the government hasn't paid for any of my health care, unfortunately. But Minnesota has had trans protections on the books since the 90s. Okay? Like, we have one of the longest histories of explicitly defending trans rights in the entire country. Okay? And what it means to have sanctuary laws for trans kids is effectively like, you're not going to criminalize parents who take their kids from out of state to Minnesota to get the treatment that they need in order to be happy and healthy. Now, does that mean we pay for the trans surgeries? No, because kids aren't getting trans surgeries. Okay? Maybe it might include like trans surgeries insofar as like trans boys get top surgery, but if you object to that, keep in mind exponentially more cis teens get boob jobs. Exponentially more. Conservatives do not care about that. Exponentially more cis teens get nose jobs. Conservatives don't care about that. But when it comes to, well, you're trans boys, all of a sudden, well, you might be old enough for a boob job and a nose job, but you're not old enough to have affirming surgery in other ways. Yeah, also, the concern about this is literally like 1 out of 100 million. It is not done without either extraordinarily good reason or an incredibly exceptional, like, slipping through the cracks. And I don't think I have heard, maybe I've heard one detransition story. One. Out of the thousands of trans people that go through this process every year, there's been one out of tens of thousands where, like, a teen got top surgery and then later regretted it. Which, cannot emphasize this enough, is a risk of literally any kind of medical intervention. Literally any kind of medical intervention. It can, like, if you get like a fungal infection as a result of a surgery, guess what? You might be dissatisfied with how that surgery worked out. If you go through surgery and you have like a slight damage to your nerves, you might be dissatisfied to that. And those are like some pretty common like side effects. People who have life-saving surgeries on their hearts have a higher regret rate than all detransitioners taken into account, than all like people reporting ill effects from trans surgeries combined. Literally, surgeries that will save your life have a higher regret rate than any trans surgery. And trans affirming surgeries have some of the highest satisfaction rates, if not the highest satisfaction rates of any kind of medical intervention. So the process for screening for this type of medical care is extensive and also effective at preventing people from falling through the cracks. Let's not forget that Harry Potter tattoos also have a higher regret rate than trans surgery. True. At the age of 16, my sister-in-law got breast reduction because she had double Ds and was 4'9" and was already getting back problems, and no one batted an eye at that. This whinging from them is ridiculous. Yeah, hippie punk. When I was in high school, someone in my social circles got a breast reduction surgery and like was much happier and confident as a result of that. It's literally the same premise, but for boys. You know, like it's crazy that this is even a thing. Let's see. I'm not aware of the current census stats on trans people. Last I heard, that not even like 1% of the population. Detransitioners are literally a percent of a percent of a percent. True, Remy. Highest, actually. Wait, it is. Trans affirming surgeries are actually the highest. 98% satisfaction rate versus 93% across all surgeries. Wild. Wild.
And so I just ask you, there's been an explosion in the number.
Yep. Most people who detransition do it because of social pressure or economic pressure.
Number of children.
And most people who detransition, the vast majority, still wish to transition.
Who identify as transgender, and children are being taught that they were born in the wrong body. It's an incredibly abusive message to send. So let's talk.
If a child is trying to harm themselves because that is the case, and we have the ability to fix the underlying problem, you have to understand that from the perspective of like people who are in charge of dispensing care, medical care, it's insane to withhold that the known effective method of dealing with this threat to children's health, you know? Rational National did a video today that top surgery for minors were only like 240 people last year out of 72 million, so next to nothing. It's very rare. Yeah, no, like it is a fraction of a fraction. Like we're literally talking about in any given state in America, less like the chances of one trans affirming surgery on a minor being done in any given year is like less than one person in the state. You know, it's like one of those stats where like the average number of children a household will have is like 2.5, you know, and like how do you have 0.5? It's because it's less than that. Less than 3 happens. That's why, you know, it's wild. It just seems to me that, like, if you have a solution to someone's medical or mental anguish and you withhold that, there's no scenario in which you can think that you are actually in the right.
Talk a little bit about some of the things that you might be able to do as president.
Well, you can do everything. President has such power. It does. It has such power. For instance, you can close.
They're literally like clapping him, talking about how he has so much power.
The border. You don't need a bill. You know, they keep saying, well, just give us a bill. It's just a. They had the worst bill I've ever seen. It was a disaster. And they wouldn't have signed it anyway because they do want open borders. They want to have open borders. They want to have all sorts of things that almost nobody in this room wants, who I think 85, 90% of the country doesn't want if they actually
I absolutely agree.
Wow, you think 80 to 95% of the country would reject the Democratic platform of workers being paid a fair wage, more people having health care, more jobs with better pay and better working conditions. Yeah, people famously hate all those things.
With you.
But the transgender thing is incredible. Think of it.
I'm cutting you off there. That's right. The transgender thing is incredible. And you know what else is incredible? We've actually been streaming now for 3 hours and 15 minutes. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and please consider supporting stream with subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because, hey folks, this show is not possible without donations from viewers like you. Thank you for making this show possible, folks. Oh, I'm clipping that? Do it.
Your kid goes to school and comes home a few days later with an operation.
What?
The school decides what's going to happen with your child.
What?
And you know, many of these childs, 15 years later, say, what the
Many of these childs?
hell happened? Who did this to me?
Da 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 da. But in an article we recently published in JAMA Surgery, we challenged the notion that transgender people often regret gender-affirming surgeries. Evidence suggests that less than 1% of transgender people who undergo gender-affirming surgery report regret. Less than 1%, meaning that the total number, according to this study from this year, of the percentage is literally 99% of people, 99-point-something% of people who get gender-affirming surgery do not regret getting it. Oh, all these people are regretting their surgeries. No, they're not. No, they're not. And you know what? We've actually had people getting gender-affirming surgeries for literally decades now. And in fact, have we been, like, I think it's been over a century now that, like, this type of medical intervention has existed. And even when, like, I have to tell you guys, even when, like, actual monsters were performing gender-affirming surgeries, like unethical, like, back alley doctors, okay, who were, like, absolute monsters to their patients. Even when they were doing it, trans people were like, hell yeah, sign me up, bro. I'm down for it. The first gender affirming surgery was in 1922. So yeah, over a century, 102 years. So, just throwing out there that Donald Trump may in fact be full of shit. I know it's a new concept. You've never heard that before, but you know, it might be true. Might be true. You know, can't say for sure.
They say, who did this to me? It's incredible. Just to finish that boxing, so the Italian girl...
Fun fact, most of the detransitioners who go through the conservative media circuit make six figures from, you know, anti-trans lobbying orgs. Fun stuff.
Yeah. And the left is not a hard punch for those of you not into pugilistic affairs. But a left is just sort of a guarding punch, right? So she's fighting this person that's transgendered, and the guy, boom, hits her with a left. It was...
God, wouldn't it be amazing? Wouldn't it be absolutely incredible if Imani Khalif sues Donald Trump? Wouldn't that be great? Like, she's been saying, like, I'm going to sue you if you lie about me. And now she has a gold medal, and I feel like that's pretty cool. Now, I do want to say Amane Khalif is probably also not a woman you want to put up on a pedestal as like someone who is going to have good political opinions. I don't know that for a fact. She has bad ones, but might not be the best. You're a decent kitten. Thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate you, and thank you for being the first person in a while to support stream. I appreciate you.
It's like she got hit by a horse. And then she backed up, and it was weird. She sort of like, and then...
Spoken like someone who's never watched boxing before.
He hits her with another left, and she said, "That's enough, I can't take that." He ended up winning the gold medal. And there was another one who also transgendered, and he or she ended up also winning the gold medal.
He?
Yeah. Tiffany said it, I didn't. See, I'm a politician. I have to be politically correct.
You don't, though. You've been saying the wrong thing the entire time.
I'm a mom. I have to protect my kids.
No, but think of it. So the two people, the transgender, the whole thing is crazy. Have you seen the swimming records lately?
Oh, my goodness.
How about the weightlifting records? That's one of the best.
Yeah, what about them? Yeah. What do you find interesting about them?
You know, a record that was like for 18 years, they'd put a quarter of an ounce on one side, quarter of an ounce, a little bit on one, a little bit. I think it held for 18 years. This guy walks along. What did he beat the record by? 115 pounds.
Citation needed?
It's crazy. The volleyball, where a championship volleyball player is playing against a team, and one or two of the people had transitioned.
Man, I love that he's now graduated to just like making up, like out of whole cloth, things that never happened. Just like, yeah, I seem to recall a scenario in which I believe it was the Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball Tournament, folks. And it seems to me that there were some men in the tournament. I don't know how, but in his mind, it really did happen. Dead or alive. And they make sure you die by putting men in the tournament. That's how it works, folks, because we all know women can't kill other women. That's just not how it works. It just seems to me like at some point someone should be like, what tournament are you talking about, man? Like, it would be extraordinarily noteworthy, especially in the trans circles I run in, that there were 2 trans women on a volleyball team on a national or world ranked stage. That would be incredible. That is something that, to my knowledge, hasn't happened before. And we would all know about it. Donald Trump is just making this up. He's like, well, I saw these men, folks, in the Dead or Alive tournament, and frankly, a couple of them were a little too large. They were too tall, folks. Women don't get tall, do they? You know, women, they're small women, okay? Smaller than me. No woman could possibly be tall, folks. It's never happened. What happened to Mumsnet? They're transphobic as fuck. That's it. That's all that happened at Mumsnet.
And the ball was hit so hard into the head of the other girl on the other side that she was knocked out.
It popped her head right off, folks. They weren't messing around with the Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball Tournament. Knocked it clean off. And I saw that and I yelled, "Wilson!" And everyone clapped.
Concussion. And she said, she was a championship player, like an All-American player. She said,
yeah, because people never get hit with the ball in volleyball unless a trans person is playing.
Said, I played volleyball all my life. I've never seen a ball travel at that speed. It's crazy. And even with all of that, they won't change. And you know what? Everyone's afraid to talk about it.
Not
even
me.
the people, not Tiffany. Not Tiffany.
We're going to fight to keep our girls safe, President Trump. We're going to fight to make sure that our girls have privacy and safety in their bathrooms, and that they have Kristi Noem, I think, said it best.
Can we take a moment to acknowledge the irony of Donald Trump thinking that people don't get hit with the volleyball when the premise of volleyball is hitting the ball with your body? The goal of the game is to hit the ball hard so that it hits the other players hard. That's literally how the game works.
He said, we will not allow mediocre men to beat extraordinary women.
Yeah. That's right. It's also very demeaning to women. I don't know how they get away with it. But the Olympics was the best thing that I've seen, because you really see when these boxers came out, it was so ridiculous. And they just go through it like nothing. And why should women have to, swimming too, why should women have to compete? Now, it was sort of hard to get in. I don't know how these two people got in, but they got in. Because in some cases, they weren't allowed in. So they have a crazy standard going on. But it's so demeaning to women. And women are working so hard to make a team or to make a record. And these records that are being set now by people that transitioned will not be broken maybe 1,000 years from now by a woman. I don't know. But they're not going to be broken by a woman. It's a very sad thing. And Kamala is totally in favor. Now, she's gone away from everything. She's called the greatest flip-flopper in history. She loves fracking now. She said, there will never be fracking. We will never frack. And everything that she said would do, she's...
Can we just acknowledge... I know the moment has long passed, but he literally said that kids go to school and they come back transitioned, as if the school nurse is doing boob jobs and genital surgeries. That's insane. That's insane. That's not happening. You guys know that, right?
They're doing it. There's 12 or 14 things. There's never been anything like this. And in one way it makes you very dishonest, because I could see somebody throughout history, people have gone into one or two areas where there's a difference. You like something and then all of a sudden but almost every single thing. In fact, we're seriously thinking about sending her tomorrow a MAGA hat because she loves everything we're doing. So we're going to send her a nice, bright red, Make America Great Again hat.
You should do that. I loved when J.D. Vance said that he thought maybe she might come out at the debate with a blue suit and a red tie on.
That's right. That could happen. It's crazy.
So, President Trump, you know, our moms are busy women, and they have families and busy lives, right? And many of them never thought that they would get involved in politics and run. Did you ever think about running for office at other times in your lives? And then just some advice, because you come under fire a lot. Our moms are standing for things that often the media attacks them on. We'd love to get some advice from you about running for office.
Yeah, so I would say don't do it.
No, run for office. We want you to run for office.
I do say this, though. It is nastier to run as a Republican than it is. Now, I'm
Wait, you didn't have a favorite cafeteria lady who gave you extra mac and cheese and a set of amazing tits? No, unfortunately, I had to do all that myself. The mac and cheese and the tits.
the ultimate, you know, I mean, they suffer from a thing called TDS. Do you know what that is?
Yes.
TDS, it's a horrible, horrible terminal disease.
Why is it terminal? What are they going to die of? Because I'm not going to lie, that does kind of sound like a veiled threat coming from the guy who tried to overthrow democracy.
It destroys the mind. It destroys the mind before the body, but the body eventually goes. TDS is Trump derangement syndrome. They have it at levels. They can't even stand their life. They can't stand anything. And, you know, part of the reason is I won an election which everybody said couldn't be won. Couldn't be won for a lot of reasons. Number one, he had never done it before. You know, it's not that easy to be a politician. I mean, you have to have something. And we won, and we really did a great job. You know, we rebuilt the military. We gave the largest tax.
I am getting very bored with this. I'm gonna try and make it to the 1 hour mark, and then we're gonna tap out. There's another like 30 minutes left after that.
Cuts ever largest regulation cuts. In terms of health, we did something that was amazing. We had right to try. You know, we have the greatest scientists in the world, greatest doctors in the world, greatest laboratories in the world, better than anybody else, much better than China. China's very good, but much better. Acknowledge. And we have things to fight off diseases that will not be approved for another 5 or 6 years, that people that are very sick, terminally
Or that may never be approved because they're deeply unsafe.
ill, should be able to use, but there was no mechanism for doing it. And I got everybody into a room. The insurance companies didn't want to allow it because they're terminally ill. They don't want to do it because then they'll get sued for somebody dying even though they're terminally ill. The states didn't want it. The government didn't want it, the federal government. Most of all, the doctors and the labs didn't want it because they didn't want to say that we're going to try and make somebody better. They didn't get better, and now everyone's going to say whatever it is doesn't work. And I got them all into a room, everybody, and I said, here's what we're doing. You're going to sign these documents. Nobody's going to have liability. If somebody wants to come, because, you know, they'd fly to Asia, they'd fly to Europe, most of them didn't have money, they'd go home and they'd die. It was a hopeless situation. But if they had money, they'd go to Asia, they'd go to Europe. We have much better technology. And what happened is I got everybody in a room. I said, listen, there's not going to be any liability. People are going to sign a document.
Yeah. Maybe there should still be some liability, though. Like, maybe tricking desperate people into human experimentation is still not okay. Anyway.
Document that they're not going to sue the country, they're not going to sue the state, they're not going to sue the doctors or the medical platforms. They're not going to sue anybody. They just want the drug.
Good night, Dylan.
And we have saved thousands and thousands
Or
of
good
lives.
night,
It's
Reed.
amazing. It actually worked out differently. The drug companies now are liking it to a certain extent because it's the ultimate test. Somebody's terminally...
Like, on the one hand, I'm sympathetic to, like, if you're terminally ill, should you have the right to do that? On the other hand, I totally disagree with the practice of releasing a company from any and all liability for how it's going to treat you. That's extraordinarily dangerous.
Ill, and all of a sudden they get better, and it's happening with thousands. And I got that done. They've been trying for 60 years to get it done, and we got it done. They don't have to fly away. And it's really had the reverse.
Hovo,
People
exactly.
finding cures to things. That
Exactly.
When a terminally ill person, a person that's almost ready to die, goes in and starts taking something, and now all
Good night,
of a sudden
Cleaver.
that person gets better. It's an amazing thing, and we save thousands of lives. So we've done a lot of things, a lot of things.
We'll talk about parental rights if we could for a little bit. We're a parental rights organization. And we saw Terry McAuliffe lose his bid for governor in Virginia. Remember that?
Yeah.
He
I actually do remember.
And he said famously that he didn't think that parents should be making decisions about what their children were learning in school. And we believe that every parent has a fundamental right to direct the upbringing of their children, right? And that includes their education. So what do you plan to do at the federal level to help us to protect parental rights and education freedom like school choice?
Okay, so I like to say that we're the party of common sense. I mean, we're conservative and all of that. But walls are common sense, right? All of the things we're talking about, no men and women's sports, no gender operation. I mean, these operations, it's crazy. You know, I don't know if you know, Europe has gone totally away from it now.
Yes, sir.
We're way behind them. They don't do it anymore. And this is just horrible. But who could even believe this is happening? So think of it. You have these parents that end up in fistfights at school meetings, and the parents mean well. They end up getting arrested, put in prison. I've seen things, especially Loudoun County, right? Loudoun County, it's a hotbed. Anybody from Loudoun?
It is really, really weird how you can see him over and over and over again in these small appearances, speaking to these rapt conservative audiences, and then he'll drop like the name of like a single county that was pivotal in the previous election, and he'll even sometimes drop like individual names of people who are going to be involved in like verifying like the upcoming election. And the fact that he knows those people by name should be very disturbing to you. Like, it really is kind of the equivalent of showing his entire ass on camera. Like, oh, hey. Yeah, these people who are my guys are all in charge of verifying the election. It is wild how out in the open, like, his efforts to subvert the upcoming election are. Could his campaign team not just told him the names? Well, I'm not saying that, like, they didn't, because Donald Trump doesn't give a shit about some random election official in a county, okay? He doesn't care about them personally. He doesn't know their names in that way. But the fact that his campaign, that like that makes it worse. You realize that makes it worse, right? That his campaign apparatus is already turning on that particular point is worse. It just indicates that they're going to do a more concerted and possibly successful effort to muddy the results of this election. And that's deeply worrying to me. Yeah, Dylan, it is either that Trump's heart just isn't in it, or the machinery he has set up is doing the important work for him, and the important work being the setting the stage for a second attempt at taking power in unconventional, non-democratic means or ways.
You know, I have the property. I have the big, great golf course there, right on the. I offered. You had the head of one of your groups that was very impressive to me, and I said, anytime you want to use my land along the Potomac River.
In the USA, does homeschooling have to follow curriculum of the public system or not? Absolutely not. No. The restrictions and like regulations around homeschooling are incredibly lax. That's how you get stories about like rings of it, and they also vary from state to state, but that's generally how you get stories of like homeschooling rings of like neo-Nazis thriving in rural areas of America.
Right under the American flag. I mean, I have sort of an unlimited capacity there. It's a lot of acres, and it's miles along the Potomac. It's truly beautiful.
Yeah, Remy,
but, you know,
I think it's going to get absolutely bananas the closer we get to the election.
I'm for parental rights all the way. I don't even understand the concept of not being.
Thank you.
No, but when you see some of the things...
Neither do we.
When you see some of the things, it doesn't... That's another, like, why would somebody want to have an open war? When you see some of the things that they want people to do in these school boards, and they become like dictatorships, and the parents are screaming for the life of their child, a lot having to do with transgender, a lot having to do with a lot of other things. You've got to give the parents truly love the kids, okay? Some of these people on the boards, I think they don't like the kids very much, what they're doing. So you have to give the rights back to the parents. And I can't imagine it. Well, okay, this administration has been the opposite. This administration, it's like the FBI goes after the people. Like it's some kind of an insurrection. It's
yes, sir.
Crazy.
They called us domestic terrorists, President Trump.
Yeah, trying to overthrow the government of the United States kind of does that.
Speaking out at school board meetings.
Well, we'll change that on the first day, I promise you that. No, can you believe it? You are not a domestic terrorist or a terrorist. We do have terrorists coming in, and they're coming in by the thousands, but you're not one.
Just real quick here. I just want to check. If this is the Moms for Liberty co-founder that had sex with women and is virulently homophobic. I'm trying to see if this is the same one. Okay. So there are three co-founders, Tina Desovich, Tiffany Justice, who's on stage here, and Bridget Ziegler. Now, what is the scandal here? Okay, Bridget Ziegler was the one who had the threesome. Okay. Let's just take a look at political affiliations here. Let's see. Southern Poverty Law Center describes Moms for Liberty as a far-right organization that engages in anti-student inclusion activities and self-identifies as part of the modern parental rights movement. Let's see here. They are affiliated with the Proud Boys, a far-right neo-fascist organization that is also considered a terrorist organization in multiple countries. So that's... if you don't want to be considered terrorists, maybe you shouldn't pal around with people who are considered terrorists. Now, let's see. What else here? Ron DeSantis. Okay. Oh! In December 2022, the Moms for Liberty Miami was one of the organizations of an anti-LGBT Protect the Children rally in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The rally, which was attended by about 20 members of the Proud Boys, was promoted by right-wing outlets such as Breitbart, OANN, and the avowedly anti-Semitic Goyim Defense League, which is a neo-Nazi organization. In June 2023, the Hamilton County, Indiana chapter of Moms for Liberty printed a quote from Adolf Hitler on the top of the front page of their monthly newsletter. At the Moms for Liberty conference days later, Tiffany Justice said to the audience, one of her moms in a newsletter quotes Hitler, "I stand with that mom." The audience cheered in response. Just in case you had any doubts about exactly the kinds of people who are involved in this organization and who are on stage in this particular Trump appearance. Yeah, I think that maybe these people don't actually care about the safety of children. You know, something tells me something tells me that. So, just laying that out. We did it! We made it through the segment, everybody! Huzzah! Huzzah! Huzzoo! We did it. Now, folks, we've been going for almost 4 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and consider dropping those subs and donos, folks, because I can't make this show without your support. It literally can't happen without you guys. So, thank you to everyone who's supported the show so far today. Y'all are amazing. And you're making it possible for me to make this content. And I, for one, appreciate that. Are evil trans plans to let children grow up and be who they want to be? Yeah, dastardly. Dastardly of us to want the best for kids. Audio clip is in Discord. I am not going to touch it until after stream. Probably tomorrow during the day. But I appreciate your service. Thank you for your service, Gamer G. I think everyone you should tell everyone to have your stream open on multiple devices. Lols. Logic, I actually don't know if that genuinely boosts numbers, but I'm not going to tell people to watch me that way. That sounds like a lot of work on your parts. The check's in the post? Hell yeah. All right. Moving right along. God, we have so much content that took up so much time. Why did I waste so much time on that? God, Trump, it totally lacks the juice. So, let's go for something with a bit more juice, I guess. Okay, we're gonna jazz it up a little bit with some AOC. All right, you guys ready? You guys ready for me to make unpopular sounds with my mouth? Okay, here we go. So, folks, there's this lady named Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. All right, and she is a progressive and supports progressive values. She's in Congress. She does some pretty good work. Obviously, is she perfect? No, she's not. But one thing that she is committed to building up left-leaning power. And that power is leaning farther left than most liberals are comfortable going. And that is actually
Hey Jack,
really important.
Here's a tiny bit of cash. I'm struggling so much with my mental health right now, and you are keeping me company. Solidarity.
Well, Hannah, I'm sorry to hear that you're struggling, and thank you for the 5... Is that pounds? I think that's pounds. Thank you very much, Hannah. I appreciate it. But she has some thoughts. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has some thoughts on voting third party, and I think it is worth taking a look at what those thoughts are, because I've been seeing a lot of people on the left giving AOC shit for this. And I haven't watched it. I have a general feeling of where it's going to go, but I haven't watched it, so let's watch it together. It's about 2 minutes long. Not that meaty, but let's take a look. Maybe it's got the juice. How do I tell my friends who are Jill Stein voters that they are wasting their time and effort?
Y'all, this is a little spicy, but I have thoughts. I feel like I should save this for a live. I'm not coming for people who are thinking about this. I'll talk to you. What I have a problem with is the fact that if you are running for president, you are the de facto leader of your party. And first of all, trust me on this. I run as a third-party candidate in New York. I'm also run as a Working Families Party candidate in addition to running as a Democrat. Because trust me, I've been on record about my criticisms of a two-party system. So this is not about that. But you are the leader of your party. And if you run for years and years and years and years and years in a row, and your party has not grown, and you don't add city council seats, and you don't add down ballot candidates, and you don't add state electeds, that's bad leadership.
I actually really appreciate this criticism because, frankly, my general criticism is that people who want to vote third party don't actually care about it outside of like the 4-year presidential election cycle. I've seen this play out multiple times now. And my argument has always been, if you want a third-party system, you can make that possible, but you have to spend the time building political power on a state and local level in order to make that happen, in order to get the ranked choice voting through that would allow third parties to thrive, okay? But I like that she takes it in a different direction here. That the people who are running as third-party candidates in this election cycle are deeply unserious people who also do not care about organizing or building power. And that is what you need to do in a democracy. In a democracy, you can't just show up every 4 years and be like, okay, maybe now people will vote for me. Maybe now, maybe I can be a spoiler candidate and get some, get some little scraps. No, that's not how it works. Okay? You can have a third party, but you actually have to do the work. You have to roll up your sleeves and you have to get ranked choice voting passed in your state. Full stop. That's what you have to do. Okay? If you want, and you are in a position of leadership in a third party, and you're running for president, you have to do the work to organize even more than the work you would have to do to get ranked choice voting. Because to get ranked choice voting, guys, that's a state-by-state battle, right? Ranked choice voting is a state-by-state battle. And that requires building up power in a local area and on a state level. That is a much smaller task than doing that times 50. Okay? And frankly, most third-party candidates for president do not give a single shit about actually building up that kind of power. They're there to show up and build up momentum for a book deal, or to get a lobbyist position, or to achieve some other end. And they're co-opting the dissatisfaction with the two-party duopoly in order to make that happen, in order to pursue their own personal goals that do not whatsoever align with the goal of having a viable third party that will actually achieve anything noteworthy whatsoever. Let's let her finish the video.
And that to me is what's upsetting. Because if you have been your party's nominee for 12 years in a row, 4 years ago and 4 years before that and 4 years before that, and you cannot grow your movement pretty much at all, and can't pursue any successful strategy, and all you do is show up once every 4 years to speak to people who are justifiably pissed off, but you're just showing up once every 4 years to do that, you're not serious. You're not to me, it does not read as authentic. It reads as predatory. I'm sorry. I'm just saying it. Because as a person, I endorse Working Families Party candidates. I endorse DSA candidates. I take risks, and I endorse even in primaries against Democrats when it's merited. What does this person do to grow power for the...
What does this person do to grow power? And the answer, quite frankly, is nothing. Not a whole lot. Like, there just isn't, like, effective power building behind any kind of third party. Frankly, currently, the most successful, third party is DSA. And that's because instead of running as a separate candidate, they build up power within the Democratic Party. She's 100% correct here. Now, what I do have to ask, because I genuinely don't know. What has Jill Stein been doing? What has she been up to? What has she done to grow her party? Like, Jill Stein in this election cycle, right, initially supported Cornel West. But then Cornel West pulled out of being part of the Green Party's presidential campaign. And instead, Jill Stein stepped in to run as the Green Party candidate. But what did she do between 2016 and 2024 to build any kind of political power in the Green Party? What did she do? She's the leader of the party. They gave her the nomination. So, like, it's all like this is one of the things I have to say. This particular issue taps into one of my great frustrations, which is the idea a lot of people have in politics that just by virtue of having correct positions, you will wield political power. By having like morally correct positions, you will simply be more right than your adversaries, and that means you will be able to ride into power or exert some kind of positive influence on the election. And that's just not how power works. Power doesn't work by, like, you know, being the rightest person in the room. You know, that isn't how power is built or how power is wielded. And when you are in a position where you don't actually have to deliver on any of the promises you make, it makes it easy to seem like the most correct person in the room. Like, Jack, she fell into the nomination this time because no one else really came forward. But that's kind of the point, right? Like, she was the leader of the party, and it was literally so disorganized that, like, they were the second choice pick for Cornel West to run as they were the second vehicle for Cornel West to run, and then he left them high and dry. Like, this is not an organization that has meaningfully built up any kind of like power whatsoever. It's basically just kind of a PR arm. And that's not really that useful in this context. And it's just very frustrating. Like, I'm seeing like Brianna Joy Gray on Twitter talk about how like Jimmy Dore was right about her talking about AOC. And like the point, like, you don't have to hand it to Jimmy Dore. You don't. You don't have to hand it to the transphobic grifter who's made his career on being anti-science and anti-vaccine and is now propping up people like Candace Owens. He wasn't doing anything for the Greens either. That's my point, though. No one's doing anything for the Greens. The Greens aren't doing anything for the Greens. Like, who is Brianna? No, Brianna Joy Gray. She was Bernie Sanders' like field advisor or campaign advisor. I'm not getting her title right, but back in 2016. Like that, but that's kind of my point, Amber Brains. Everyone who goes green for the Green Party or any of the third parties is just using it to further their ends. You know, like, I think that there are some people who might have some good intentions, but I think it all gets eaten up. Like, those are not organizations built to actually succeed and accomplish and do anything. And that's one of the frustrating bits, because they tap into the disaffected leftist currents that I run in. I feel like a disaffected leftist, and it's very frustrating for me because I still have a commitment to being an effective organizer, an effective person to help you guys gain power and do better and do great things. But instead, people get disaffected and fed slop political knowledge, and they get funneled into the Green Party, and then they don't do anything. I got yelled at and absolutely cursed out by another streamer for saying exactly what you're saying about the ineffectiveness of only showing up at the 11th hour to protest vote, albeit less articulately. And the thing is, if you're not politically engaged enough to understand what's going on with third parties in America, I don't blame you. There's no one really explaining it or talking about it effectively. Mostly people will just yell at folks who are like, I think this Jill Stein looks like a good choice. She's anti-genocide. I think there are a lot of people who find that appealing, you know? The issue is, when we're talking about politics, we're talking about the wielding of power. And it is simply not a viable strategy if you want to wield power to just be correct on an issue. Good night, Serena Higgins. I got put on a timeout for arguing voting is important. Yeah. And it was just a shit show, so I know a lot of brilliant leftists who turned green and were even high up locally, and it was just a shit show, so they left. People of color peeps who just had daily fights with those old white hippies. Yeah, it just isn't a viable strategy. And I understand being extremely upset about the Democratic Party. I fucking hate it. However, as leftists, we are in the unfortunate position of either you band together with local liberals, anarchists, moderates, whatever, to try and get ranked choice voting in your state. And you do the grinding, hard, thankless task of making that come to fruition. Something that, on an individual level, you actually have the agency to meaningfully move forward by being a huge pain in the political side of your local and state politics, okay? By being just an enormous pain in the ass, you can get things done, okay? But most people aren't interested at all in doing that, or in being that person, or in organizing a group of people to be those kinds of people and get that done on the state level, right? And it's so frustrating, because then if you're not willing to do that, the only other option available to you is to organize within the Democratic Party. And a lot of leftists find that absolutely unacceptable. Which is unfortunate, because if more leftists who find that unacceptable got in and were able to maintain and work within the Democratic Party, we could move it farther left. The DSA is probably one of the more successful third parties by doing just that. We finally have ranked choice voting on the ballot here, and it wasn't because of the Greens, even though that was something we newbies were pushing for as far back as 2016. That's wonderful, Amber Brains. I just think that there are a lot of people who get duped by the PR of being anti-establishment. It is unfortunate. Anyway, that's my rant. I urge you to be politically effective, to be someone who can understand and wield power. Because you need to be able to do that if you want to change the world. If you want to make things better, you have to understand how power works. And from my point of view, the Greens, they don't got the juice. They don't got the juice. Third parties in America, by and large, they don't have the juice, and they are there to serve completely different ends than what they say that they are trying to do. Wow, hey, look at that. We finished another segment. Boy howdy. Wow, wowie. Wowie zowie. When you look at that. Crazy stuff. Knocking them out today. Let's see here. Wait, what else we got? Really burning through them, ma'am? I'm trying my best. But I have a feeling most of these segments aren't going to pop off because I'm not going over like a well-hated conservative. Beep, beep, beep. You know what? Let's have a bit of a palate cleanser. Okay? Well, let's have a bit of a palate cleanser. I did schedule one in here. Specifically, Dave Rubin as a palate cleanser. And I know that might sound a bit oxymoronic.
A lot of people also forget that caucuses exist in the DNC and GOP. They get a lot done in the party.
Thank you, Simric. And yes, caucuses do exist in the DNC and the GOP, and they get a lot done. You need to be in the room to help like shape those decisions, you know? If that's the vehicle for change you've put your time and effort into. Have you read Alinsky's Rules for Radicals? I have not. Working within existing systems is sort of inherently corrupting. I mean, I agree with that, yeah. But the issue is, while it's both inherently corrupting to your personal politics, it also improves the general environment for better politics. If more people with better politics got involved, it wouldn't be as corrupting, you know? And like, I think that there are a lot of incentives to fall off, you know, the path, as it were, the golden path. But I do think you can do it. You know, Bernie Sanders being a great example of that. But the incentive structure is absolutely weighted against you and towards like diluting your ability to serve as an effective advocate for, you know, working people. Hello, Jonathan Momoa. God damn it, Gilbertus Maximus. All right, folks. Dave Rubin palate cleanser. Let's go. Also, shout out to Dave Rubin Clips for just finding... I find Dave Rubin particularly unpalatable as far as like me watching his content goes. He's a particularly dull and boring man. So God bless Dave Rubin Clips II on Twitter for doing the Lord's work and watching through Dave Rubin's material. Because I love when Dave Rubin is just absolutely insane. But unfortunately, for the most part, Dave Rubin just is boring as shit. He's like, I don't know. He's painfully white, even to me. Okay, let me put it that way. All right, I'm an alabaster disaster. What does that make Dave Rubin? His voice drones, yeah. Let's check in.
You're probably along with me on that the machine has lied about so many things, and conservatives, not even conservatives, because I'm not really a conservative, it's sane people are just waking up and pushing back. And that really will get us to the third clip. It's the final clip we're going to show you of this. And this is the point, and this is the thesis of the show. And this has really been probably
waking up.
The thesis of my life over the last decade, that if
this is the thesis of Dave Rubin's entire life over the past 10 years. My God.
enough people wake up to the nonsense, we have the biggest movement probably in American political history. The point of showing you all.
Oh, if we just wake up the, I don't know, the silent majority? Are you just recycling that one, Dave?
Of that is that there's something else happening. It's the thing that I've been hoping was going to happen. I'm sure many of you have been hoping is going to happen. It's the thing that brings together traditional, say, religious conservatives and libertarians and disaffected liberals and people who have been completely apolitical and Democrats who are, got a couple neurons firing and all of that. We are seeing it happen right now. You're probably
the great political awakening is finally upon us, chat. It's finally here. Okay? It's gonna happen this time, all right? The world is gonna end tomorrow, all right? The world's ending at tomorrow at approximately 1:45 p.m., all right? Now, believe me, the world hasn't ended the last 15 times I've predicted it, but finally people are waking up to the reality that it's going to end tomorrow at 1:45 and they need to repent of all their sins. My name is Dave Rubin. Now, of course, let's learn Dave Rubin's cold hard truths about the world.
Who knows how many of those people are actually students? They're all masked, and I firmly believe now that COVID was just a test run to see how we could normalize masks so we could have jihadists.
Yes, the infamous pandemic where over 1 million Americans die test run.
Out in the streets.
So we're in a true information war.
This is
we are in a Philip K. Dick sort of dystopian information war. Once we have humanoid robots, which, they're basically here. Well, now what if you put that?
Are they basically here, Dave? Are humanoid robots basically here, Dave? Are you sure about that? Are you really sure?
That woke mind virus into them, and they become police officers. I mean, this is 20 years away, if that. Mm-hmm. Well, would they start treating?
Does he think RoboCop was a documentary?
People differently based on the color of their skin? They probably damn well would, because it would be in the programming.
You're going to basically have a whole bunch of...
Yes. The racist RoboCops.
People, basically 90% of human society is going to be half robot and digitized and controlled and be able to be hacked into. And now that, with Neuralink, which obviously is amazing, they can get paraplegics to be able to play chess, and that's just...
I don't know who needs to hear this, but paraplegics could already play chess with existing neural interface devices that didn't require drilling a hole in your head.
Just the beginning of it. Well, wait till they can just basically control your mind and just press a button, and next thing you know, you're murdering somebody.
Dave, did you just watch the movie Upgrade? Which kind of kicks ass?
90% of the people are going to be controlled by that freaking thing, and then wait till the system just says, oh wait, there's 10% of the people who haven't been injected with everything, who haven't put all the robots and the nanobots into their systems, and they're living on farms and just living by themselves. They're the ones that are destroying the earth by...
Yo, Dave is gone, dog. Dave is gone.
farming and blah, blah, blah. So what is it that these people will do if they win the elections, right? If they get their Justin Trudeau's in, if they get their Gavin
Is it racist RoboCops? Because that's kind of what you've been implying so far.
Newsom's in. I think we can go through it very clearly. It's fairly obvious. They will denationalize the entire global economy, right? So you will not have an American economy and a Canadian economy and a Mexican economy. We'll have one economy. That is what the plan is. And then they will internationalize it, right?
Dave, do you understand that like economies are already interconnected on a global scale? That's what, like, when a factory moves overseas, Dave, that's kind of what it means. When you're moving like raw materials from one country to another to be processed and turned into goods, that's another example. And I've got bad news for you, Dave. We've literally been doing that for all of human history. Is that I actually didn't put that music on. That's courtesy of Dave Rubin Clips II, an excellent Twitter account that everyone should follow.
Right? There will be one thing. It will basically be privatized communism. They will have...
Or state capitalism, Dave? The thing that Stalin did?
Their stuff, but everybody else will just kind of share.
And do you get it about the control part? It's like, oh, you can just sit in your room and you can go to the milk section and you can go to the electronics section and buy this.
Yeah, VR really took off. Because everyone wanted to go to the grocery store in VR.
This, buy that, and then a drone is going to bring it to your house. And maybe the drone will, fire a rocket at your kids. Who knows? Or maybe if you've been a bad person and perhaps you voted the wrong way or didn't get vaccinated, perhaps Walmart Pay is not going to work for you. Or you'll have to pay more for certain things. Or, as crazy as it sounds, could they maybe charge you more because you're white?
Because you're white, huh?
I don't understand. You're black.
God damn it. Dave Rubin is not a smart man, but sometimes he's kind of a funny man. Anyway, one thing, I'm just going to end this because I think this kind of is conveying everything I wanted to say about Dave Rubin. Dave is the kind of guy to me that represents the epitome of like a Silicon Valley tech CEO who decides to go to Burning Man and drops a bunch of acid and then thinks like, yes, now I can continue going about my business exploiting workers for millions of dollars. But I can do it in a kind way. Maybe I'll give them like an extra sick day or something. Like that's like the extent of their eye-opening epiphany they had at Burning Man. Anyway, apropos of nothing, here's the final clip of Dave Rubin we're going to be looking at. It's a doozy.
2 huge black vultures descended on our treehouse and they sat in front of each of us. One basically perches right in front of David on the banister, one perches right in front of me,
And they're just staring at us, just absolutely staring at us. And one's staring at David and one's staring at me. I kid you not. And they did not cross. They're just staring at us. And he starts kind of talking to the vulture, like, are you here for a reason? Like, what's going on here? And he is asking, as he's asking the vulture questions, it kind of seems like it's nodding and walking certain ways. And then he's like, maybe this vulture is my Grandma Rose. And he said, Grandma Rose, if that's you, give me a sign. And then I swear to God, may
Is this a vision quest he had? Unironically, I think so, yes.
lightning strike me right now. The second he said that, the vulture jumped down. Now it's like 2 feet away from him. And we had tequila, 2 glasses of tequila on each side.
How many glasses of tequila had you had, Dave?
You know, 1 on each side for each of us. The vulture goes to the glass of tequila and starts drinking out of the tequila. His Grandma Rose enjoyed to drink.
No,
Let's put it that
no,
way. She was a bit of a drinker. Yeah, she was the life of the party, a bit of a drinker.
Oh.
Grandma came back to have one last banger.
Vulture.
A
started
vulture
drinking
Banger of a bender.
started drinking
David's tequila
out of the glass. No drugs were involved in any of this or anything else. Anyway, then we just continued
Except for the tequila.
to kind of ask it questions, and David sort of wrapped up the conversation with that vulture.
No drugs were involved at all, I swear. Anyway, we proceeded to have a 30-minute conversation with a vulture.
And then he was asking me, he's like, is there anything you're trying to communicate to this vulture? Or is this vulture trying to communicate something to you? David was like, maybe I should try to communicate with the vulture. And again, I swear on my life, the vulture that was on.
Yeah, I can't, Simric, I can't imagine coming back as a vulture being a good thing. My understanding, and granted, I'm no bird lawyer, all right? But my understanding is that vultures tend to circle around dead or dying creatures. You know, I'm not a bird lawyer. I can't tell you what they do, but
On my side, the second he says that, it jumps over to his banister, standing next to the bird. Oh, and his vulture then turned around. His vulture, because it was done, whatever he needed to do with that vulture, his vulture was done, so now it's staring off into the horizon.
Smelled
and then
Dave's
just my vulture
career. Yeah,
now staring at the
exactly.
two of us.
Wait, did you say something to the vulture?
So I did.
Like,
I did say something
wanna share
about
that?
how I felt that a certain chapter in my life was
Okay.
ending, and maybe there was this new beginning coming. And what does a vulture do? A vulture eats the carcass of an animal to
Right.
then sort of continue the circle of life, and all of that stuff. So that was just like one.
Dave, are you trying to say that vulture was there to eat? Literally, Dave is saying the vulture was there to eat his career. Dude. You know, a certain chapter of my life is ending and a new one is beginning. And, you know, the vulture was there to just pick clean the bones of my past life. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. I love this. Thank you for this new arc, Dave. Let us all treasure this memory of Dave Rubin admitting on camera that his career is the carcass that a vulture will one day pick clean. Amazing stuff. But no drugs. No drugs. No drugs were involved, chat. Not a single drug to be had. Except for alcohol. Oh, man. God. Thanks, Dave. We needed that. All right, folks. We've now been going for 4.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and consider dropping those sweet, sweet subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. etc. Act, etc. Let's see, how we all doing? How we all doing? Eating steak right now? Hell yeah. Oh yeah, I have nothing against vultures. It's just generally not a good portent when a vulture begins circling your career. Making some lasagna? Who's asking? Me? Great hair, you. I'm losing a bit of steam. Not gonna lie, I had a lot of content planned for tonight, and I just don't think we're gonna get to anywhere near all of it. Let's see. I did want to go over stuff about Gaza, but I think we might do that tomorrow, because I want to be able to go over this Mehdi Hassan and Benny Morris conversation.
Until we destroy.
That is about an hour long, and I don't know if we got the juice for it tonight, folks. It happens. You do what you can. I'm doing my best. Playing Shadow of the Erd Tree a second time with a different character. Nice. My art teacher is named Dave Rubin, and he's a really great guy. That is pretty sad. Unfortunate for him. You might remember I started following the stream after having a hip replacement revision surgery. I can say with some pride I can finally walk again 9 months later. Lots of physical therapy. I am for the first time in about 3 years without the use of mobility aids. Hell yeah, eyes rolling. Let's go. Posting that W. Big ol' capital W too. No different, Hassan? Oh yeah, Mehdi Hassan. The guy who left MSNBC, or got fired from MSNBC, and started Zeteo, which is absolutely killing it. All right, folks, I am sleepy, and so I'm going to go to bed. Let's see. Where should I send you all off to? Also, I'll get started earlier tomorrow, and at least that will be my goal. So we can actually cover all of our projected content. Let's see. I'll send you all to hang out with Doodleburb. Y'all be nice to Doodleburb, okay? One of the most wonderfulest gentle thems. Been a good stream as always. Yeah. Been feeling a bit like off my game lately, and I don't know. I hope I did okay today. I cast sleep. All right, folks. You all have a good time with Doodle, and I'll host it over on riverboat.gg. YouTube chat, I still don't know how to raid you guys, so come on over to riverboat.gg or go to twitch.tv/riverboatjack or twitch.tv/doodleburb. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye. Boop, 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 boop.
He called himself a hillbilly, wrote an elegy. His problem and his trouble is he went back and he doubled down on the fascism and the lies, and then he made a fatal crime. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Budget 2025. Well, in 2005, you wrote back then only one time. I felt femininely when I saw that movie about New Jersey. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I must deny. And that's when J.D. Vance said he wants trans people to go down. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. At the RNC, he felt maybe I'll be free if I take up on this task, being MAGA starting grasp to take over the country. I think J.D. Vance needs a swirly. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025. Couch fucker, what's your deal? J.D. Vance is cut by Peter Thiel. Couch fucker, why must he lie? We must stop Project 2025.